there. Welcome to the 757 Spy Flight sunset over the Mediterranean. What a beautiful picture here. We are in Marseille. This is a pretty cool airport. There's lots of cool stuff. We're in the biz jet though, so hop in your airplane. It's time to fly. Hey there, thanks for coming in. I saw those wows in at wow time. Thank you for putting those in there. I do appreciate you taking the time to hit that wow button. And wow, welcome aboard. The shadows are getting a little bit long here today in Marseille as we get ready to depart. We're on VATSIM. There's not a bunch of ATC. This is an unusual Friday. The question, AZ was in chat asking, why aren't we in Frankfurt? And I didn't see Frankfurt Friday listed over on... I didn't see Frankfurt Friday listed over on the VATSIM calendar, so I figured, oh, let's just do something like this today. This is also, you've probably seen us talking about the, you've seen the little thing that pops up that says, hey, suggest a flight here. This comes right from the suggested flight. So I'm trying to make sure that I visit that every day and pull some stuff in there. So thank you, Queert. Welcome aboard. Thank you for putting in Pizza Hearts and also the blue and yellow flag T-Birds here. Sunjammer just put in an always full pint of brew. Good to see you. And Sunjammer says, yeah, it's been really, really warm lately in Germany and the UK. So, stay cool. Very important that you stay cool, especially if you're not used to really, really hot temperatures. I only tangled with really, really nasty hot temperatures, well, a long time, but I only got sick once because of it, and it's really scary. JSG Droid is here, and JSG Droid has Friday off. Oh my gosh, isn't it nice? JSG Droid did the grocery shopping, and now you get to chill. So hop in your airplane. So we've got some nice flights for today a little bit later on. Our first flight, as you saw from the departure boards, Marseille to Orléans. I'm saying it the wrong way. I'm sorry to Americanize it. At least I feel bad about doing that. But this is the perfect little biz jet flight, and that should be fairly nice for us on this flight today. And then after that, we've got Bergen to Trondheim. That is another one of those suggested flights from over on the suggested flight schedule. And then Friday night ops today is northeast to NorCal, and two of the airports that were listed on their list of airports is Reno and Seattle. So we'll do Reno and Seattle and do those. And I always do this at the end, but since the button is so close, let me just go ahead and say a big thank you to the secret agents, special agents, and double O's over on Patreon. Thank you for joining me each morning so I can be a weather geek again. But then also there's been some very generous gift subs, and thank you for the generous gift subs and the great jet fuel in the flight plan. So usually I don't make it over to that one. Totally Qualified is here. Hi, Totally Qualified. It's been a while. Welcome back in. And I have a couple of thank yous to say already. Chris James just did a resub for 30 minutes. Eat Moshe for 30 minutes. For 30 months. Okay. 30 months. Thanks, Chris James. Eat Moshe is here for 24 months, according to my informal math skills that aren't good all the time. 24 divided by 2. That's 2 years. Eat Moshe, thank you for being here for 2 years. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the... Oh, and JSG Droid just popped in and handed 5 gift subs to the community. That was very nice. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. And I think, yep, you just fired off a hype train. Thank you for the extra support. JSG Droid has been incredibly supportive. So I can't say thank you enough for that extra support. It's literally that kind of support now that, you know, things aren't great on Twitch that's keeping me going. So thank you so much. And Queart's right. Yeah, we got that really nice MK Studios for SeaTac. It's a really, really nice payware airport. We'll be flying into that later on today. That one is definitely, you know, one of the nice ones that's worth your time. So, Chris James, Eat Moshe, JSG Droid, thank you for the incredible support. It's not just about that, though. Thank you for being such awesome flight sim friends and coming in and having just, you know, taking a break from the real world and enjoying our sim airplanes today. Ms. Keeter is here with a couple of wows. Good to see you. Thank you, Ms. Keeter. And Tim Dog said, what is that? Oh, that's the no math emote. Okay, yeah. Sometimes the math just escapes me. So one of the things is I don't fly in this airplane that often. So it's important to, I went and did an early morning flight test on this one today. And there's a couple of things that it reminded me to do here. The first, I turn off throttle Q. Don't really need that one. We'll do turn on the auto throttle though. So throttle Q off, auto throttle is on the way I usually do that. The state, well, I'm always in a state of some sort, but I usually click the cold and dark button there. Units. Okay, we're going to be in kilos for today's flight. We're in Europe. I'm going to go degrees Celsius, feet, and hectopascals. We've already done the calibration, and you're here on the Spy flight. Of course, our food service is going to be pizza on this flight. Hey, Brant, welcome aboard. Also known as Melvin Leroy. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. So definitely thank you for stopping by. And those are the things that I will do for my configuration. Let's see. Queart, did I see the new? I have heard about it. I have not seen it yet. But it looks really, really good. And I'm very, very excited about that. I think it's really, really great that our friends from iFly showed us what the Boeing iPad is like. I think that's great. I'm glad they did it, but I'm glad that we're going to get a really good tablet because we need a good tablet on there. And remember, most of the airlines, you know, when Boeing showed them their iPad, you know, their idea, the EFB, the airline said, oh, that's really nice. We're going to use our own over here. Thank you, though. Really, really nice of you. That's my best corporate speak kind of a thing there. So there we go. Pratt PT says, Spy hat and hydrate. Last night was one of those nights where, you know, every now and then you just toss and turn and can't sleep at all. So I've got the big old Twitch tumbler full of coffee today. We're going to hydrate with that just a little bit today and enjoy that. And we'll get a Spy hat in just a second, Pratt PT. Thank you for coming in. Let's see. Espresso Kate is here. The air is warm. The drinks are cold. What a great day. You remember the last thing that one of the last things that Sonny Crockett said to Ricardo Tubbs at the end of the series Miami Vice? You know, they were both going their separate ways. Ricardo Tubbs is going back to New York. Where's Crockett going? Crockett said further south, where the water's warm, the drinks are cold, and I don't know the names of all the players. I was much younger when that show popped out, and I probably didn't really understand Crockett at that time. I really think I understand where he was coming from this time. I have not patented the pizza. We just love pizza here. And, oh, we can't use the Boeing hat or the Airbus hat. We have to use the original hat there. So we'll just use that one. The A350 fixed Navigraph corruption. And, oh, really? I didn't know that. We could take the A350 on a flight today. We haven't done that in a while. It is not Greek coffee. No, I have a can of, I do have a can of Venizelos coffee that I ordered. It's actually getting a little bit old, but you know, that's my Greek coffee for, you know, Greek celebrations over on the Civil Air flight. But it's, you know, I'm running out of it and probably not going to be able to replace it anytime soon. So it's Folgers today. Hey, it's Folgers. So let's see. The hype train ended, and thank you for a level 3 hype train. That was awful nice of you. Canadian Bear has Microsoft Flight Simulator back, and Alex is back in there. And I just saw Wig Bill pop in too. Wig Bill, welcome aboard. If you like FedEx emotes, or the FedEx, if you like the FedEx, the virtual FedEx airline, Wigbill has some pretty cool little emotes for you. And Canadian Bear said I need to do a posture check too. I was really moving a lot of stuff around Spy H.Q on Wednesday, and you know it's a little heavy, and you know I'm not one of, I'm really tall and not really, you know, so I'm still really sore. So posture checks are important today. Let's see. Sean is back in chat. Alex, yeah, we're going to stay away from all that today. This is our time to tune out for that. No, I'm not moving. I would like to. I don't have any place to go, though. I'd like to find someplace different, but I don't have any place to go. I just get restless on days off, and I move the bed. I move stuff over there. I don't have that much stuff. I'm actually getting rid of stuff. Danny VDW, welcome aboard. Yeah, there's Wigbill's emotes. Yeah, those are those little FedEx things. Ever since Wigbill joined the FedEx virtual airline with not JSG Droid, Loviz. There you go. Yeah, I heard, Sean, we got a hurricane out there too. Robbie Bobby, welcome aboard. And there was a really nice hype train. JSG Droid, you really contributed to that too. Thank you for the extra support. And again, it's that kind of thing that's really keeping things going while the world is going crazy right now. So, again, thank you so much. And by the way, if you're interested in learning about nutrition and stuff, can't recommend chatting with JSG Droid enough about that. Okay, we're all pretty good here. Again, I don't see any ATC. It's just us. This is a chill out flight. If you're new to VATSIM, come on in and get and give this a try. This should be good. Going to start over here. We are in Marseille, LFML. LFML. There's Marseille and enter. This will also give us our current METAR. Last time I checked, runway 013 left is a good one for us. Sphinx Music is here. Hi, Sphinx Music. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming on in today. Dom T Gaming is here with pizza. Let's see. And I see Sphinx Music did something. I don't see the effect that you were looking for. Oh, I see what you did. It highlighted it and changed and put a little banner around it. I haven't seen that one before. That's neat, Sphinx Music. Yeah, I guess we've got a tropical storm named Aaron. We'll look at that later. Let's get the airplane going here. We will have time to go and rabbit hole about the weather in just a bit. So over here, we have got, and this one you can only just go and grab each chart as you need it. So we're going to be departing off of 13 right, going straight out. Our SID for today is going to be, it's the MTL6, the Metal 6 departure. It's the 6 uniform. And as I recall, this one was hard to find. The Metal 6 uniform. Oh, I think it's up a little higher. It's hard to search through. There it is, Metal 6 uniform. So we've got this over here right now. So as we depart on out, we've got a little bit of a tight turn, but after the turn, your flight plan is going to put you on the Alpha 3, and you're going to want to probably just do a direct 2 after that called modal. After this, otherwise you circle all the way around and go back to the coast, and that's a little bit weird. So we don't really want to do that. Okay, let's go ahead and see if I can remember how to do this airplane. So let's see. All of this is good. Let's go back to ground services, and I didn't turn on ground power. Okay, now we got ground power, and let's turn off the instrument covers, the engine covers, and we should be all ready to go over here. I think it's Aaron, Canadian Bear, but I haven't looked at it in a while. So let's see. We've got external power going on. Standby power can go on. So we grab those two. Let's come on over here. Emergency exit lights are armed. I kind of find that with this airplane, it's just a whole lot easier to go ahead and turn the yokes off. It is. Espresso Kate made something, oven baked tofu with peanut sauce and lime and sriracha. Ooh, spicy too. Are your jokes feeling a little bit more nutty today? I'm gonna guess that you're nuts about that recipe too. Battery 1, battery 2, and we're gonna do ECAS going on, and we should come over here, and we should do nav lights. There we go. All right. I'm also going to do the avionics power. Avionics. I think we were joking about that. And our airplane is now coming on. The sounds of this airplane are actually pretty good. I don't mind the sounds about this one at all. I think that they're kind of nice. So everything looks good. Now we're going to come over to weights. Now I have to tell you that this page here, weight and balance, some people think that this is kind of a heavy subject. You knew I was going to do something like that, right? You got to get the jokes going. Hi Flying Winnebago. We're going to import from SimBrief, and my last SimBrief says we have a few too many people, so I'm going to go ahead and click that seat and empty that seat. And then after that, that gets our zero fuel weights and everything back the way it needs to be. So our zero fuel weight in kilos is now 10.9. So I just took somebody. The thing about this back seat, though, I mean, if you look back in the cabin, that is actually the toilet seat. That's actually back in the toilet. So maybe that's the seat for the flight attendant back there. Although it would be nice to not make them sit on the toilet for takeoff and landing, but there you go. Irvi is taking the C700, so we'll have to give Irvi plenty of latitude for the longitude. That's right, more cold beverages, which is what we need. You cut that down to avoid the loading that seat. My tech review, that's a smart idea. That's a really smart idea. Why don't we fix that? Shall we jump into a little rabbit hole and do a quick fix on that? It's really easy. So SimBrief, we're going to go to saved airframes, and let's go over here and citation. We're going to say, okay, here's my citations. And here we go over here. This is the one, the FlightFX 750. I'm going to edit it. Okay. Now then, let's look and see where it says max passengers. We're going to make it 8. 8 passengers is the max, and we hit save. That's all you've got to do to make that kind of a change, and we'll never have that problem again. Nobody will be forced to sit on the toilet of the spy plate again for takeoff and landing. Unless, of course, they have a very bad case of diarrhea. AI Creations TV, thank you for coming into chat. Welcome aboard. This is the Citation X. Blue Idol did a resub. Oh, here's why alerts aren't going off. I have the wrong button pushed, sorry. Thank you. Blue Idol's been here for 23 months, almost 2 years. Blue Idol, thank you so much. So, what did they issue? Yes, did they issue me a citation? They issued a citation. Sky Sailor Warbird. I think that's an awesome name. Sky Sailor Warbird. What a cool name on Twitch. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Okay, so problem solved. Never going to be a big deal again, right? All right, let's go in here and we're going to do our position init. So I'm going to go over here. There's the GPS and we're going to load that one. Now we have to come down here. And in this case, we have to switch. Here's the IRSs. So align and align. We got to pop those in. Ms. Keeter, a little sad you were thinking about that seat as the super economic class. Yes, back in the old days, you know, for the Titanic, they would refer to that as steerage. Okay, now then, let's go do our flight plan. Okay, there is a way to automatically unload it all in. Let's see, it was a citation. JSG Droid sounds, I miss those foods. I follow a very strict ketogenic nutrition plan. Did I say that? Ketogenic? It's super low carbohydrates, high fat, high protein, no seed oils. Tonight's dinner is oven-braised chuck roast. I guess it's better than Larry roast or anything. You know, chuck is okay. Homemade bone broth, which is currently cooling off right now. There we go. That was funny. 30K views away from 1 million. Wow. Will you make it for Christmas? I don't know. AI Create. I am so new over on YouTube. I don't know that much. Is it called keto? Wigbill says keto and it's pronounced keto. I guess that means you know, it's very important that, you know, I'm trying to work the word Cheeto into keto and I just am not doing it. Ketos. Okay. It sounds awesome, but, you know, I really hope that that's working out. That was actually pretty funny. All right. I usually come on over here and I go to performance and I go to, maybe it's not there. It's not this flight plan. It's nav. We want to go to nav first. JSG Droid, I burn ketones rather than sugar for any energy. You burn ketones. And I'm guessing that, you know, the better nutrition means you're a little more relaxed, feeling a lot more, you know, happy and chill. So you're never keyed up. I'm trying too hard. I'm going to stop. Let's do our departure. We are departing off of runway 13 right. Page 2 is going to be the MTL, the Metal 6 uniform. MTL 6 uniform. And activate that. Now we're back into flight plan mode. Page and page. So after MTL, we're going to be on the Alpha 3 airway. Now this is where the flight plan gets us in a little bit of trouble. And we're going to go and we're going to direct to in a little bit. And MTL Alpha 3 takes us to modal. M-O-T-A-L. There's modal. What? Do I not know how to? M-O-T-A-L. Not Q. M-O-T-A-L. I guess these things do have spell check. Okay, so now we're good to go over there. And then next page. And now let's put in our arrival airport. LFOZ. L-F-O-Z. FOZ. Okay, so we got that in there. Now I go back to nav and do the arrival. Our arrival runway is going to be runway 5. And we're going to take the RNAV via Tupid. Okay, and so our arrival is in, and now flight plan. Let's see. AI Creations wants a small pizza. If you're actually very correct, I'm much calmer. No energy spikes and crashes, and your brain is clearer. That sounds like it's been a really, really good thing for you. And that's just awesome. And also over on Discord, JSG Droid shares information if you're interested in leveling up your nutrition game. Hey, Collimator. Let's see. Whenever you reach your top of descent, you're allowed to proceed, or do you have to ask permission? If you're by yourself, if there's no ATC, you do whatever you want on VATSIM. If there's ATC, you don't descend until ATC says it's cool. Hey, El Pikachu. Welcome aboard. Okay. That was the weather cam. There's no big weather today. It's just hot today. It's going to be even hotter tomorrow. So all of this looks good. There is our route. There's a discontinuity. We'll delete the discontinuity. And all of that looks great. Okay, performance init. So this is our airplane. There's our climb at 300 knots. Flight level 180. Yeah, SimBrief only put me to flight level 180. Something's weird about that. Collimator. But yeah, there you go. Tim Dog, you can't do whatever you want. You still have to follow the code of conduct. All right, so now let's sync the EFB. And now our weights and our fuel are aboard, and we can confirm the init, and we're ready to go. Now then, it's takeoff time. So page 2, that looks good. Let's do our takeoff. We're going to start back over here on Navigraph. And here at LFML, you can see that the altimeter is 1015. So 1015 is our altimeter. The temperature here in Marseille is 30 wonderful degrees. Our wind in Marseille is 240 at 7. There we go. And page 3, here, let's make this a little bigger. Page 3, it's dry today, as is the sense of humor for sure. We're going to do flaps 15. I'm going to confirm my initialization. Takeoff data gives us 2 pages, so 2 knots of tailwind, 6 knots of crosswind, and those are our V speeds. Let's see. Let's go, and it's APU start time. And that's over here. So we're going to go with the master switch on. You need more than 22 volts to start your APU. You hit the test button, and then hold the test APU start button up for 2 seconds, and then let it release, and you'll get a nice APU start. We do know that the altimeter is 1015. And the baro set is down here, 1015. While we're waiting for the APU, let's go back over here to the taxi chart. And our runway heading on departure. Noble is over on YouTube. Hi, Noble. Welcome aboard. Runway 13 right. Our runway heading today is 133. This airplane has a couple of hidden buttons. I can't set this. I think you can't set the heading and stuff until everything's aligned. Let's see. The APU should be on and ready to go. Yeah, so let's come over here and get the APU generator. And we're going to get the bleed air on. And I think at that point in time, you would turn on one of the packs from the APU, and that's the passenger cabin. Hi, Mr. Jazz. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. Happy Friday. Okay, slowly coming to life here. Okay, all of this looks really nice. Let's go ahead and we're going to squawk. How about if we squawk 2525. 2525. It says Terra right now. I'm going to put us on standby for the moment. We should also get 122.8 in here. 122.8 and make that active. 122.8. Cool. That looks good too. Hey, now we can go and set that heading. So 133. And again, we're going to come up here and we're going to use the little screws up here at the top of the instrument panel. And that's really just because the real autopilot controls are down below the throttles, and this just makes our life so much easier. Okay? So that's why we do that. Okay, so all of this looks good. Altitude, no ATC. I'm just going to put me up to my cruise, which was oddly enough 18,000, but I decided not to argue because we would see more scenery that way. Hi, Truthful Dread. Okay, so that looks good too. And everything's coming to life here. I'm going to exit out of this. Let's go to ground services. Let's go and start closing up the airplane. We'll close the luggage door. I'm going to come on over here and let's disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. We can pull the power cart. And let's go ahead and close the doors. Parking brakes are all the way down here. And our parking brakes are on. Test it. Off. Parking brakes on. I'm going to pull my chocks. And we're clear of that screen too. All right. So departing 13 right. Everything else looks good. I think it's time to go. So let's go ahead and now we're going to stop squawking standby. Let's just turn on Terra right now. Let's just do Terra. We're going to be busy in this airplane. All right, time to start our engines. You could push back on this airplane. I think that we'll be able to make the turn and get out of here, so we don't have to push back. We can start right here on the stand. Come over here, and I'm going to do seatbelts to passenger safety, and we're going to turn on the anti-collision lights first, and then this is also your strobes over there too. Let's also turn on the tail flood because it's cool. All right, are we ready to go? Now, I'm not sure about this. I have been going over here, and I've been using... There are a couple of fuel boosters. Where are they? Oh. Nope, they're not over there. I was doing this on an earlier flight. Maybe... Oh, yeah. Fuel boost pumps on. Shall we go? Starting engine number 1. And these guys are going up here. 16, 17, 20. And then you go ahead. And this is always a little awkward for me. You just lift that up and that's your fuel. Let's see. I leave them on. Irby says the middle one is off. So I should have left these. Fuel boosters. They are off. And it looks like we're getting a... Are we getting a start on the engine? I think I was probably too late on that. I was probably too late there. Oh, I forgot the ignition. Duh. Okay, let's try it again. Engine start. I forgot the ignition. Oopsie. And JSG Droid says leave them in the normal position. So I screwed that part up. I messed those up. Oh, I think I know why. I think we also... I forgot. There's also a control over here. We have to do the isolation valve off. That's why. Now let's try it again. This should do it. Cut off. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20. Oh, I screwed it up again. Did I check my start pressure? I am not doing... I had this all working yesterday. Maybe I'm doing something wrong over here. No, I didn't do this yesterday. I did this today. Okay, I think I know what I forgot. Okay. The ignition should also be normal. So my ignition should have been normal. They're normal now. Got a good start. Shall we start another one? Let's get the other one going. I think it's because I screwed up that. I think I screwed up that bleed, and that was why. And fuel. Hey, hey, hey. Look at that. I'm just not fast enough. I think you've also got to flip your switches a little faster, too. Martin says, like the bat said to his friend, how's it hanging? Doing good. Welcome aboard. Well, I always liked being Abby something. You know, Abby normal, but there you go. Okay, I think we're ready. Generators. Reset and on. Reset and on. Generators are good. Let's come on over here. We've got passengers that expect those packs back on. Isolation valve off. Bleed air goes down. And the generator over here can stay on until. The ignition is at 10% N2. I probably just wasn't fast enough. Okay, and APU remains on. Move the thrust levers to idle at 10%. Maybe I was waiting too long. I think I was waiting too long. Okay, flaps are going to be 15 for takeoff. There goes flaps 15. Okay, auto brakes, speed brakes. Oh, no, you don't arm those. I think it's time to go. And the lights are here. Here's our taxi light. I think we're ready. It's time to go. Shall we get out of here? Let's go. Let's make the turn this way. Yeah, I think I was just too slow, and so I kind of, cheated and moved my levers. Instead of clicking the levers, and maybe that's not a cheat. Maybe that's the way I should have done it. It might have worked if you didn't at the time it takes to change views. Yeah, I'm also not moving fast enough. If N2 goes above 30% to 40%, that's probably what happened. That probably is what did it to me. I don't think I'm on the proper taxi line for this. I'm going over to Golf 1. Tim Dog says no, it's more like 25. So starting this airplane is actually a bit of a thing. Now, if you look at the charts, you see up there, you see the DHL signs on the building. That's supposed to be GA airplanes there. Hi, Mustache. Welcome, welcome. But that says cargo, so that's why I didn't go over there. We need to do, let's see, windshield heaters are on. Martell is a FLIGHTDECK kind of guy. A good man always knows his limitations, as Dirty Harry said. If that were the case, I'd still be playing Pong. Hey, Mariners fan, welcome aboard. A joke. Heard yelling. She's watching the wedding videos again. Oh, no. What are you doing, you silly person? And there's Golf 1. That's what we want. That's good news. I will never be, never have to worry. Tim Dog has the TCA buttons below the switches to say, you know, I'll bet that's what I should do. I should set those little buttons on the TCA thing and do those that way. Let's get around the corner and finish setting stuff up. And Tim Dog set all of that up using SPAD. Mariners fan, that's a good one. Welcome in. Dendarian got one of the gift subs that JSG Droid just gave out today. Hi, Tyler's Games. Okay, let's go and do MFD setup and turn on vertical profile. That's a really good thing to have. We're probably going to need a little bit of floodlighting. And I think we're going to make a turn over here. There's our trip over to the runway. So we got that one going. And everything is pretty much all nicely set up here. Pitot static needs to go on. Make sure you get your two Peters on. Otherwise, there could be some the wrong kind of chill out. All right, everything looks good. Let's arm some autopilot stuff. I'm going to arm nav and VNav. I do have an auto throttle set up. We're going to arm the auto throttle too. I think we're almost ready to go. Crossing over the big runway. Don't see anybody on final. Don't see anybody on the takeoff roll. We're good to go there. We need all the good luck that we can get on this one. All right, let's see. Trim needs to go down. There we go. Pack HP valve is open. I thought it was supposed to, the packs were supposed to be open after start. That's not it. I thought this one stays on. I really don't have the kind of talent for rapping or anything. Marseille traffic, bonsoir from Citation 714 Juliet Whiskey. Taxiing on to runway 13 right, departing on the Mount Glow 6 uniform departure, Marseille. Okay, we're going to come over here, and this is going to put strobes on. And we should have strobes flashing now. I think it's almost time to go. And they said this thing would never roll. But we're going to make it fly next, right? Who's at home today with the flu? Mariners fan is home today with the flu. Get well soon. I'm flashing people, I know. Those shameless people on the internet, flashing people, doing all sorts of bad stuff. Landing lights going on. Nav, shall we give this thing a shot? Throttle's going up. V1, rotate. Gear. The airplane is so gentle on takeoff. It really is. And it does climb like a banshee. Start our turn. Flaps. Yuval, did I say that right? Yuval is over on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Flaps up. Starting our turn. No autopilot yet. Just using the auto throttle right now. We'll pick it up in the middle of our turn here. And AP. AP's got us. And we're doing our nice climb, 4,200 feet. And just, again, my procedures for starting this airplane up are positively dismal. But it does fly very, very nice. It really flies so nicely. Flight deck with Seiki. Did I say that right? Welcome aboard. What software do you use to display altitude, speed, V-speed? You mean all the stuff that you see at the top of the screen there? That is Volanta. That's Volanta. Did I even start Volanta today? I did. Hey, how about that? It's called Volanta. I did not turn on my window heat. Windshield heaters. I did not get them on, but they're on now. What else is on? APU generator off. And that looks good. Startup is a pain at first, but actually it's fun. Once you kind of learn your way around it, it is. And now let's go to the SID page. And again, the hard part with this is you have to select each chart individually. You can't stack it up. MTL 6 uniform. That's not the same one. Now what I did on the training flight is we've got this groovy little turn here. I'm not going to make that turn. We'll just go direct to.
New recruit detected.
Airbus
Welcome
pilot
aboard,
just did a
Agent.
follow. Hi,
Stay
Airbus
sharp.
pilot. And it just commanded our speed to increase, so we should start speeding up a little bit. And we should do landing lights off. And the nose light. And my guess is our very wealthy passengers would like the seatbelt sign off. Because they're anxiously awaiting back here in the cabin. It's service time. So we're going to open up that. And over on the right side of the airplane, guess what? It's pizza time. It's pizza time. Tim Dog, still not clear. I heard you turned off the APU at flight level 180. I heard you turned it off there. It's not climbing at 300. What did I do? Let's go to climb. Well, here we are at 18, so we can come over here and hit the stop button on the APU. You saw an IRL flight when they were turning onto the runway. APU's going off. Speed is now going to warp 10. And I'm just using FMS speeds on this right now. Pizza and cocktails, I know. And now we go over to CM. Tim J says, bonsoir les espions. Espions? Welcome aboard, Tim Dog, thanks. Black Cobra just arrived too. Welcome on in. Okay. Right up the center of France we go. And we're going to come over here and go to the map page. And we've got the really, really cool map here so we can kind of see where we're going. And this is really good for being touristy in your airplane. Hayden Transon is over on YouTube. Hayden, we are in a Cessna Textron Citation 10. Sarah Charlie is here too. Hi, Sarah Charlie. Welcome, welcome. So we're going to cruise at about 285. It's not the longest flight. So I think that's why it is that we're not, climbing to the stratosphere. Maybe it's just SimBrief didn't give us a good flight plan for this, but we got enough fuel to make it. So progress on this side, we are... It says we're 1,400 miles away. I don't believe that. I must have a route discount. Oh, I know why. Hang on. There is one crazy one in here. We'll change that. I think I'm just 757 Spy over there on Volanta. Galerme is back in chat with a very nice resub. Hi, Galerme. Welcome aboard. Thank you for a 40-month resub and some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. This already existed at the time of the goals. I wonder, Tim J, if way back in the days of the goals, there might have been one of them named Goldacott. There had to have been one, right? I don't know. Did that take a lot of gold for me to mention that? Hey, the morning coffee's kicking in, right? Let's see. That's what's in the Just Flight training. They actually have a very good training video. I don't like this speed. We don't have to go this slow, right? I think let's go ahead. It's time. We've got people that have to be there on time. I'm going to go to 310. I have the need for speed. Tim J didn't understand the reference to my very obscure joke. I'm sorry, that was a joke for Deep Space Nine. I was trying to call them Cardassians. And Goldacott was the mean one. He was kind of a bad guy. All right, now we're going to go to direct to, and I'm going to go and do direct to modal. Why aren't I climbing? Because our final cruise was supposed to be flight level 180 on this. It's a short flight. Okay, looking pretty good here. All of this is clear, and now you can see, this is why we're not climbing up. Orleans is just 266 miles out. So the flight plan was ridiculous. Something was weird about that. And there's our top of descent, and off we go. Hi, Josh. Josh is doing pretty good. Hey, thank you so much. On YouTube, I appreciate that. Thank you for coming over there. It's just fun. With everything going on, this is absolutely just, the best time. Oh, I think we might need to be able to... I thought we turned off all of our... Oh, we did. Yep, we got all of our lights set. When you Googled the famous Kardashians, you got the Kardashians. Oh my gosh! All the Star Trek fans are horrified now. Absolutely horrified. Now, Goldacott was a real nasty piece of work. He really was. Not the nicest of people, but he had the best lines. And the actor that played him, had to have been having a blast playing that role. The guy was a gigantic ego and ridiculous bad guy and all this other stuff. The thing is I also understand, though, that when he was in makeup and in character, he creeped out all the other actors. The other actors, he was so good at what he did, he creeped them out a little bit. Yeah, it was a good one for sure. I also, I'm kind of plowing I don't have streaming services and stuff. That's a little expensive in my world. But so I finally got to see, I'm finally getting to see Picard. I think it's on. I think I've got the AP on. Yacht Ampers and AP. Yeah, APA is on. It's on. But, finally getting to see the last season of Picard. I skipped around a little bit. But in that series, there was the captain of the Titan started off being a real jerk, too. This guy was really just a nasty guy, kind of, in a way. Not that great. I think we need to do another direct-to-modal. We need to do that. What are you upset about up here? Why have I got a caution? Probably that caution. Cabin altitude. I have my packs on. I got my packs on. My packs are on. Oh, I forgot to bleed air switches. Whoops. The bleeds were off, the packs were on. So more booze for the passengers back there. They'll never know that they have altitude sickness. Anyhow, this one guy was a real jerk. And then at the end of the series, first of all, halfway through, we finally figure out why he's being so mean to the people that we really like. And that's because he was at the Battle of Wolf 359. And he's got a little bit of attitude about Picard, and probably really good. And he actually has a very bad case of PTSD, because he was in the battle and then, it was rough. So we understand why Captain Shaw was such a jerk, but he had this great line. So he was doing a little bit of a speech about being, about why he's not the biggest fan of that. And he had this great line at the end after he kind of shot off his mouth and everything.
Subscriber confirmed.
Botronics is back with a
agent.
nice resub. Hey, thanks
Loyalty
for the
noted.
15-month resub. Thank you for being here for 15 months and being awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. I really appreciate it. Josh, can I shout out your brother who watches this and is a pilot? His name is David. His Volante name is IOO Fat This, and watches your streams. And his birthday's coming up. Well, happy birthday to Josh. To Josh's brother David, who watches. Happy birthday. Thank you for coming in and saying so. And I appreciate you putting that in chat. Just so that, say, hey, happy birthday. I really appreciate getting to know that. So what was the great line? He was a real jerk, and he said after shooting off his mouth and Picard and everybody leaves, he looks around and his crew's watching him, right? He's the captain of this ship. You're supposed to be a little better behaved. They're kind of looking at him like, and he said, and I really like this one, forgive me, but asshole became a suitable substitute for charm. At some point, asshole became a suitable substitute for charm. It was like, wow. I don't know why, but it's Liam Shaw is the captain of that ship, and we finally understand why it is that he is the way he is. I thought it was great. Hey, Loviz is checking in from vacation today. If you missed it, Loviz had incredible food pictures from yesterday. So let's see here. Just really, really great food pictures from yesterday. I guess I could show maybe one of them over there. This was dinner last night. How about that? Doesn't that look great? Lovis on vacation, thank you for sharing awesome food pictures with us. It's one of the best things about, that's kind of happened here in the Spy Flight is we get these really, really great food pictures. And it's sort of like, we can't go on vacation with you, but we can enjoy. Flight Deck with Seika, do you have to pay for software? Well, first, one of the things that you do is you do have to buy the flight simulator. And then there's default airplanes and default airports, but some of them aren't very good. So we do buy what's called payware airports and payware scenery and payware airplanes. And those are really good. So this is a payware airplane. And it's a really good one. You can get it through the marketplace within the flight simulator. And it's not that pricey. We're flying the CRJ-9. That's a really good airplane too. It's a payware. And then I was going to take either the 737 MAX up to Seattle or maybe another one of the paywares there. So you do have to pay for those things. Truthful Dread, I think Garrick became one of the most liked characters in the entire series and all of them together. I mean, he was a great spy. He really, really was an incredible, some of the spies out there are really, really good. Oh, for Volanta. So Volanta is this cool little app here. There's a free version of Volanta and a paid version of Volanta. Mine is a free version, is a paid version of Volanta, but all the data at the top of the screen that you're looking at right now, that comes with the free version, so you don't have to pay for that. So you'll still be able to get a couple of the overlays, and I'm just using the basic overlay. I didn't do anything special with it. Have you flown the E-Jet in 2024? Not lately. The last time I did, it was a bit of a disaster. So, let's go ahead and get ready for our arrivals. So we're going to switch our airport now to the arrival, which is LFOZ. And there is no star for the arrival, but there is an approach. We're doing the RNP for runway 5. So that means we need to descend to 2,100 feet. I'm going to go ahead and preset that. We got VNAV going right now. So let's just pop that in and let the airplane do its thing. It's a smart airplane. The pilot, of course, is not very smart, but the airplane's smarter than the pilot. Okay, so we got that good. We're supposed to descend at about 300 or so. Martin is flying, doing a long haul today, Gatwick and Kennedy. You're using the AnyBuilds airports on both ends, and the A359. The A359 got some updates recently. I think we did a flight in it, and it was pretty good. I think the A350 might be a little bit big for Reno. A-Cars, you broke your arm. Oh my gosh, I'm assuming it's all set, so you can't fly for a few weeks, right? Let's go ahead and start putting in the arrival data here. So to do that, we go to Nav. And arrival, it's going to be runway 5. And landing data. Okay, let's put in our numbers. So let's see, the altimeter is 1021. 1021 is our altimeter. Our temperature is a very, very nice 29 degrees. That's Celsius, which translates to 84 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind in Orléans is 030 at 5. Whoops. 030 at 5 knots. There we go. Next page, page 2. It's dry at the airport. We're going to do flaps 35 to land. Our landing data looks good. 4 knots down the runway, 2 knots of crosswind from the left. I really like those kinds of things. Page 2, VAP is 128. Dogs is flying the A320 today and a SAS Scandinavian. So now that we're pretty much all set with our descent. And one of the things is I'm starting to do things in airplanes, you know, prepare for descent a lot sooner than the real pilots ever would think of doing that. But that's just because on VATSIM and stuff like that, we just get so busy and these airplanes are getting so much more complex. I mean, even our little biz jets, a lot more complex. So it's a planning ahead kind of a thing. You just have to do that, you know, so... You know, the real pilots would wait a little bit longer than I do. Top of descent about 60 miles. Airplanes in VNAV mode, it should do it for us. Next is a CRJ flight from Bergen to Trondheim. Probably going to shift the time on that one. It's going to start getting dark in Europe. And I think, you know, we want to see the fjords and the Nissans and the Chevys and stuff, and you probably won't see it when it's dark. I know everybody from Norway is saying, ugh, not that stupid joke again. Was that a flight that Durka did? Really? That's a good flight. I mean, we haven't been to Norway in a while. I mean, we've flown around there, but, you know, a flight up Norway deep into the fjords is kind of nice. Martin is getting good with updates and stuff. Russ says, though, the midnight sun is still up. Maybe we'll fly real time and see what it's like. Check out some midnight sun. It is really kind of pretty. So we'll start with normal time and see what happens. You don't have liveries for the PMDGs. I'm pretty sure that that liveries will arrive. I would guess that liveries will be arriving. I don't know if they'll be there soon. My guess is getting the liveries into the marketplace is kind of a hard thing to do. And it's probably really work intensive and stuff. Pretty big engines on the side of the airplane, and when you're going a long way, you can climb really, really high. Really high and go up to Mach 0.9, which is pretty amazing. Let's just see if we've got anything. VATSIM's kind of leaving us alone on this one today. Jersey's up. Let's see if there's anything going on in Norway. Oh, there is stuff in Norway. So ENBR. So Bergen is up. We're going to Trondheim, which is ENVA. I forget how far that is. Let's look and see. ENBR, ENVA. It's 250 miles, and Trondheim is basically right up in here. There's ENVA right by that lake. So it's not too long of a flight. It should be pretty nice. Yeah, I'm going to guess that working with the marketplace is hard. I'm going to guess that that's one of the frustrating things. Martin set a flight deck picture over on Discord. Everything's good here. 166 miles to go. So the ATC for our next flight is going to be, I would say, light. So if you'd like to give this a try, if you're new on VATSIM, this might be a good flight for you to try. I also like to take a look and see at ENBR. They're departing off of runway 35. No ATC at ENVA, but we can go to the real world and search it. There's Trondheim. And just kind of look at the map and see. So we got one airplane coming in. My guess is the general direction here, they're using runway 27 right now. See, this one's coming in and it's over here. I'm going to guess they're arriving on 27. So you can kind of put all that together. Atlas System is going to Squirrel Fest today. No raccoons allowed, only squirrels. It's a very exclusive club, right? Probably no gerbils either. Let's see. Russ reminds us that Trondheim is located just to the north of Hell in Norway. Atlas says that the Squirrel Fest is tomorrow, not today. I'm going to guess that there's probably big bags of nuts in. Oh, I will. If I'm going there, I'm going to be squirrely. Absolutely. Going to be squirrely for that. Almost descent time. You know, it's not ridiculously hot here today. But I gotta tell you, the coffee just tastes really good. Yeah, only 82 degrees Fahrenheit. Closer and closer. Okay, 25 miles. So LNAV, VNAV are armed. Miss Keeter says it's 35 degrees Celsius where Miss Keeter is, so it's definitely a little bit on the hot side. 82 degrees is 28 degrees Celsius. Opposite as well, 61 and 16. Those are the two opposites for Fahrenheit and Celsius. That's fun. Let's see. The Squirrel Festival is in Longview, Washington, and they have squirrel bridges there too. So it is a squirrel-friendly community. $82 and 28 and 61 and 16. That's a good trivia question to have in your back pocket. 140 miles, almost time. You can be like most airplane. You know, most of these airplanes did not come off the line with an autopilot. So the autopilot was something that was added later. It really does make flying easier. The next airplane I'm flying does not have an auto throttle. So the auto throttle, yeah. Let's see. Top of descent is 50 miles before Tupid, down to 3,000. Tim J says, yeah, these auto throttles, this was an aftermarket kind of a thing that they added, right? There was an autopilot. I probably said the wrong word. Autopilot, they had. Auto throttle, they didn't. I'll probably pop off with a few of those today. Like I said, last night was one of those toss and turn, not sleep well kinds of nights. The X-Plane citation instructions say to shut off the APU after the engines are started. I thought in the video that I watched, it said keep the autopilot, keep it on until 18,000 feet. I wait until I get a little bit closer, but when ATC tells me to descend beyond the transition level, that's when I do it. So if we're at 18,000 feet, they say go down to 6,000 feet, transition levels at 7. As soon as I start down, I just set those. And that might not be the appropriate time to do that, but again, single person here in a complex cockpit, doing my own radios and everything else. That's my excuse for doing things a lot earlier. You know, just to stay ahead. And really, for VADSIM events and stuff like that, that's the secret. Okay, reducing my airspeed now. I'm going to go down to 290. Get ready to descend. Let's see. Yeah, we really are. So if you, after a couple of, after 2 or 3 flights on VATSIM each day, if you're all of a sudden feeling like, holy cats, I am really, really tired, there's a reason for that. Modal, Tupid, there's that. Progress. Top of descent is not behaving. We got 100 miles to go. I'm not going to panic. That top of descent might have been old. Let's see what happens when we get about 50 miles out. But, it really has become, people think, hey, Microsoft Flight Simulator, What we're doing with these airplanes on VATSIM has gotten a lot more complex than it ever used to be. You've got to be 100% ready for this. Yes, it does have a fixed page. Go to Flight Plan, and then there is a button below it, below your flight plan. I think it says info of some sort, and that's where you'll find Fix Info. Hi, Vex Freeze. Thank you for coming in with some pizza love today. Welcome aboard. How is it's being okay? I did a flight with it earlier, and it was a lot more behaved than it is now. I need 47 miles to do the descent. I'm 106 miles out. I'm not going to panic yet. No reason to panic. Everybody remain calm. But tell the flight attendant to give the passengers some more booze so that they don't notice. There you go. Espresso Kate has got another frosty beverage for today. Usually I'm over on Spy Tea about now, but I don't know what it is. Just warm coffee, you know, the coffee tastes really good today. Okay, there's 100 miles from Tupid. I know that it looks like it says stupid, but that's the S for... Oh, that's a 3. It's not stupid. It's Tupid with a 3-3 up there. No fear, Ms. Keeter. Oh, look at this. We got a new top of descent here. Oh, we got a new top of descent. See, no reason to panic. I'm just going to sit back and chill. Made guacamole a couple of days ago. I followed my rule that it can only be in the refrigerator for 24 hours before I have to get rid of it, and I hate throwing out food, so I finished it all and didn't make myself sick. See? And they said I couldn't walk and chew gum at the same time. No need for an AZ5 button today. I think this is going to be a very, very calm flight. That's good. It also feels really good on the old smoky throat right now and voice. I mean, it really feels good on that. Famous last words. We never do famous last words here. It's always a great day. Yeah, no icebergs out there. 3.6 Runkin, what's going on? Nah, no big deal. What? There's hydrogen back in our big blimp? Nah, no problems at all. So let's see. We just we just made jokes about the Titanic, Chernobyl, and the Hindenburg. Is it too soon to make jokes like that? They don't have it? Okay, so AZ, it's from a company called Arizona Tea. And one of the cool things, Arizona Tea, the CEO and bosses, they have not raised prices of Arizona Tea at all. They're holding, they're keeping their products, you know, not gouging anybody. And it's really tasty. So it's made by Arizona Tea, and it's just called Arnold Palmer. And so, you know, any business that's gonna be like that, yeah, I want to really support that. AZ says you could probably get it from Amazon. I guess you really can get all sorts of groceries. Yeah, well, you know, the problem is with the tariff wars and stuff, it's the packaging probably, I guess. That's right, you could also do the tea packages too. I know, dogs, it isn't made in Arizona. Well, dogs, I mean, it's the world that we live in today. Arizona tea is not made in Arizona, and Newcastle beer is not made in Newcastle. So no wonder everything's going to hell, right? I mean, seriously, if we can't make Arizona tea in Arizona, and if we can't make Newcastle in Newcastle, I guess that's why everything else has gone crazy. Irvy does. Okay, so there is a shining light on the horizon. Yorkshire tea is indeed made in Yorkshire. Okay, there we go. When old London Bridge had fallen down, that's right, it moved to Arizona, right? Tim J found a high-level route, LFML to LFOZ. I'm glad you found a high-level route. But nobody in the people in Yorkshire are willing to drink it? Actually, it was a while ago. I think I've even got the address saved. Somebody was in chat recommending it and saying it was really good and I should buy some. Chris says it's made in Harrogate in North Yorkshire. But yeah, somebody was in chat saying it's really good and I should get that. Raymond is over in... Raymond is in YouTube. Hi, Raymond. This is Flight Sim 2024. It's in 2024. Let's see. Oh, it was Harrogate. Harrogate. All right, we're about ready to do another top of descent here. Raymond, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in over on YouTube. Just started the dual streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so welcome in. Ooh, I'm going to stay away from that. Everybody's cool. Nobody's better. Nobody's worse. Some of my jokes are worse, but no, I don't want to do that. All right, almost time to come on in. Starting to get a little dark out there. Martin is setting up a long-haul flight today. Okay, almost time to go. This time we should start our descent. And based on my, my squishy math thing that I do for figuring out descents, now we should probably see this go down. So it's about 3 miles, and we should see this little pink triangle start to go down, and the airplane should start our descent. I never did my altimeter. Whoopsie. I didn't do that. That was supposed to be, I think, at 6,000 feet. V-path, there we go. Here we go. Starting our descent. Altimeter is going to be 1021, so we'll set that now. 1021 for landing. And there's modal, and down we go. Hey, the perfect time to land, though. The lights are just coming on. That really is the time when the lights start to come on in Microsoft Flight Simulator. This is the time to be flying. Sunrise and sunset is just the best time. We can come over here and pop out of here and go to the map and see what that town was. We're going past a little town called Borghese, I guess. So that's kind of the cool thing about one of the maps in there. You could be a big old tourist. Passing 15,000 feet. We're in a biz jet, but we should turn on the seatbelt sign. And in this airplane, if you look in here, you can see that we actually have a working seatbelt sign. Wabi has got, that's right, they have luxury beverages. In fact, yeah, I don't know if you've seen, back in the cabin here, if you come on over to the cabinet right behind the cockpit, look at all the wine aboard. And that's just a little bit. We got wine in here. I mean, I'm going to guess that none of the passengers are whining about the lack of wine. Bourgeois. Bourgeois, is that it? Tayrim, did I do a little better on that? Bourgeois. Thank you for that. I actually really, really like it when you do that. Espresso Kate says it's time for chilled white wine tonight. Map's coming on in, 13,000 feet. The airplane, once you get it all configured for takeoff or landing, the airplane, this one really flies well when you're just flying by hand. Raymond, we're actually on another server called VATSIM. So we're not on any of the Microsoft multiplayers. We're on vatsim.net. I just sent you a link so that you can look at it. VATSIM is free. I'm also sending you a link to this map. So you could basically zoom in all over the place. So if you look around here, you can see we're all coming in. Let's see here. Here we were just passing through this area over here, but I don't think there'll be ATC for this one. They're probably concerned with the big airports down here. Yeah, that's Toulouse. They're going to worry about that. I don't think that we're going to have ATC coming in here. We should have some ATC going out of Bergen, though. And we're going to Trondheim, so maybe not coming in. Uh-oh, 10,000 feet. We're going a little fast. 250. They're going to yell at us for speeding. Oh, you've got that. So yeah, we generally fly on VATSIM. And the reason that I'm always on VATSIM is not everybody is flying in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Some people are flying in Flight Sim 2020. Some people are flying on VATSIM. And every now and then someone might be flying in P3D. So you just never know. So that's why it is that I fly in VATSIM. So everybody who wants to fly along can just fly their whatever sim, but we all are in the same world. And there's 250. And let's go and do landing lights. Okay, we're coming in pretty close. Time for a little slower. Let's go to 210. And we'll do flaps 1. JSG Droid is on a 7-mile final. Did I just call X-Plane VATSIM? I don't think I was talking about VATSIM, but saying people can fly on X-Plane or P3D or 2020 or 2024, but everybody can be on VATSIM is what I was trying to say. I'm afraid that probably some of my words are going to be a little bit mixed up today. Again, last night was one of those nights where, you know, sometimes you just don't sleep well. So there you go. Orleans traffic, there is a Citation BizJet. We are approximately 20 miles to the south of the airport, setting up for the RNAV, runway 5, Orleans. I'm probably Americanizing that too well, too. APU start. I think you start the APU in the air on this airplane. Martin is setting up for the landing. Orléans. Tim J. Orléans. Oh my gosh, thank you for that. Orléans. I appreciate that. I would much rather not Americanize stuff. There is one branch of my family tree that is German, and a part of that branch also includes French. All new INS. I missed that part, Russ. but most of it is from Scotland, and I think it's Scotland and Sweden, England, and a little Irish. NOLA. Well, well, Russ, if we're going to be correct over in the U.S., it'd be Nolans, right? Nolans like that, right? That's the way the locals are going to say it. Orléans. Okay, another slowdown. Now we're going to do our little 180. We got a 90-degree turn here. Much rather take that there. Flaps are 15. Let's see. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Oh, none of those. Orléans traffic. The Citation Biz jet is about 5 miles from turning finals for the RNAV, runway 05, Orléans. Got all of our lights on. I think we're all good to go here. Yep. Everything's great there. And starting our turn, we're going to be right where we need to be as we make our turn. So as soon as we get in there, get our speed ready, and our VAP speed is going to be 125. I always like to round it up just a little bit, you know, in case there's a wind gust or something like that. So we'll call it about 130 to land. In fact, excuse me, I think that last time we flew this, somebody was in chat saying that the real world Citation pilots, they just all land, they say the best landing speed for this airplane's 130. So we'll just call it that. Martin finally sees a hockey stick, and there's 2,100. And there should be an airport out there. In fact, there is. Look at that. There's our airport right there. There's the airport. Tim Dog says approach speed is usually about 125 to 130 in this airplane. And here comes our turn. How about wheels? Gear going down. No, Raymond, you will also see other airplanes too. So right now, the voice that you're hearing on the radio, that's JSG Droid. JSG Droid was flying with us and just landed at this airport. And when we land, unless JSG Droid disconnects, you'll see JSG Droid's airplane. So you see other people, which is the cool part. It is a cool little airplane. I got an airport, I got a runway. Okay, posture check. One last swallow of beverage. Everything's looking good in here. Orléans traffic, that Citation Biz jet is now 7-mile finals on the RNAV, runway 5, landing Orléans. Raymond's got an Air Canada 727. Nashville, I want to say this one was not super duper expensive. Okay, so we decided 130 to land. 130 to land. There we go. Flaps are full. Here comes our descent path. Hello, Canuden. Welcome aboard. maybe more like 40. I honestly don't remember. Bottles are secured. Yes, the money is secured, so that's important. Autopilot's off now. Let the panicking begin. Captain's got the airplane. Gear down. Flaps down. Nothing else to worry about. No reversers to arm. No auto brakes to set. And we get descent guidance right there. So as usual, I'm a little bit low. Well, the auto throttle, look, I mean, if we're not flying on VATSIM and I've got time to do, see, I have to do the work of the co-pilot too, and that's the hard part. JSG Droid says there be gliders here. Exor got the Blackbird control tiller today, and you're ready to try it out. Oh, can't wait to hear what you think about that. But yeah, the auto throttle on this airplane, I'm using it simply because we got so much to do. Now, in my next airplane, the CRJ-9, no choice, but still. Well, Exor, can't wait to hear about your control tiller. Auto throttle's off. Over the trees. Floated a little bit. Forgot I hit the wrong button for my reversers. I hit the wrong button. Okay, we're done with landing lights. Flaps up. Orléans traffic, the Citation BizJet is clear of runway 05, taxi to parking, happy landings, Orléans, bonsoir. Well, technically I probably did. Technically I probably should have gone around. Yeah, I have different controls set up for different reversers, and I was pushing the wrong button for the reversers. You actually have some pretty powerful reversers in this airplane. So, hit the wrong button. Go-arounds generally don't happen. Yeah, they do sometimes, and they will on VATSIM when ATC orders it. That's important. Start getting the APU up and running here. Turn off the heaters. They get really, really hot. Dad Game Time, welcome aboard. Next is Bergen to Trondheim. And you know, we've been talking about wanting to go to Alta too. At some point we have to go up to Alta in Norway. That is an incredibly cool arrival. That would be really good to go to sometime. Tim Dog, so somebody said they leave it on all the time. Do you need to have something set up to see you in the sim? Yes. It's called FSLTL. What it's all about, Raymond, is called model matching. And you can get FSLTL stuff for free. Do you have the fly-by-wire A320, the free A320 Neo? Because you can go and get that here. All right, and there is JSG Droid. So what we're going to do is park right next to JSG Droid. And so there you see another airplane that's on VATSIM. The model matching is not particularly good with this airplane, but it still works. Shutting down one engine as we come on in. Got the APU up and running. Parking brakes. I thought I got my strobes. Got those. APU is up and running. And there goes engine number 2. Taxi light should go off. That looks really good. And they're going to want to have seatbelts off really fast. There goes seatbelts. Over here, we can come into ground services. I'm going to get chocks, main door, luggage door. And then we need to come over here and do the beacon. And now everything's good. And we made it. So this is just a cool little airplane. It's a lot of fun. It's not the most expensive airplane out there, but as you can see, it's really deep. You can take this airplane on a big VATSIM event if you want, and fly it. So, you know, our Friday night ops tonight is Reno to Seattle. You could use this airplane on Reno to Seattle. It would be a very good plane for that, if you wanted to do that. So it is a good one. And JSG Droid, I think, is right over there and flew the same flight with us. And so, yeah, Raymond, it works great. Did you fly without an auto throttle? Really? I mean, you can turn the auto throttle off in this airplane. I don't know how it is that I would do that. I don't know how it is that I would be able to do that. Generators can go off. Yeah, our throttles are off, engines are shut down. Hopefully it helps the CRJ. I don't know what it is. I can handle the CRJ just fine. I can handle the CRJ just fine. It's the it's other airplanes that we have that don't have an auto throttle. All right, let's go ahead and get ready for Bergen to Trondheim. We already know the airports. Actually, I think like the F-28 or the BAE 146 are harder. The CRJ, maybe I've just spent some time in it and I'm able to make it work. But I think that those two planes are harder to fly than the one that than the CRJ. More meetings with the chief pilot. Uh-oh. Okay, what do we got here? So Bergen, we already know the runways. Welcome to Bergen. And then commuters down there. Let's see. Everything's good over there. Let the simulator cool down a little bit. So we've already got 8 passengers set up for the next time. Raymond, so there's the IC cap. Oh, I have to type it right. Exclamation point next should get the IC cows. There it is. Bergen, Trondheim. It worked. Oh, wait a minute. You're on YouTube. I don't think that... Oh, it does work on YouTube. It does work on YouTube. Yay. All right. I guess this would be SAS. And this is going to be ENBR. We're going to ENVA. Aircraft type is going to be a CRJ-9. So it's going to be kind of long. And this will be a Scandinavian. Departing runway 35, landing runway 27. There's VATSIM ATC. I'm going to add, it's not going to be crazy, 15 minutes of VATSIM fuel. That'd be about it. Atlas system, did I type it in wrong? Okay, everything looks good. Generate a flight plan, and let's start the sim. Trondheim and Bergen, here we come. Okay, this airplane, I do suggest that you snag a PDF file for your desktop. Was that a big barcode joke? And save the plan to the desktop. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. That prevents chickening out. Oh, ENVB, it's ENVA. Thank you for fixing that. Sorry about that. Pre-file. Wabi is going to enjoy the ATR. Okay, this one's going to be at flight level 350. Seems a little high. How about flight level 310? We don't need to fly that high, do we? And file. We're filed. Chickening out is no longer a possibility. Let's see if I can update the title and do a good job of updating the title. Polyot is not feeling well today, so I have to do a good job on it. Otherwise, there'll be trouble. Chicken costs 1,500 sheep, and I only have 1,110 sheep. Oh. Wow, sheep are expensive. Okay, we got the title done. Somebody play the chicken. Thank you. Thanks, Martin. I've only got 1,000. I've been doing this live stream for 8 years. I've only got 1,100 sheep. Oh, no. No. I'm not going to gamble sheep. Nope. My gambling, I am the most unlucky gambler in the whole wide world. I never do that. Yeah, that's right. We'll blame Polyot on that one. Oh, they reset when I changed the platform. That's right, when I went from Stream Elements to Streamlabs. That's the reason why. Okay. Yeah, everybody kind of got burned in that one. All right, what else do I need to do? We'll do charts within the airplane EFB. I think we're all done and ready to go. We could go jot down a couple little numbers here. So first, we want minimum takeoff fuel, 3978. 3978 is minimum takeoff fuel. Let's come over here and get our flight plan and put that in the notes too. That looks good. We don't need the runways anymore. And I don't usually update those things in the middle there. Almost done loading the sim. And then once it says it's ready to start, I always wait just a little bit, maybe 10, 15 seconds. Like wine, I say let's let the simulator breathe a little bit. It just kind of helps it because it's still loading stuff in. Atlas Systems says it's raining in Seattle right now. All right, first we'll switch airplanes. Well, first of all, let's switch maps. Now we'll switch airplanes. And we're going to fly a 900. And there's a CRJ-9. Let's configure it. Let's get it the proper livery. I know everybody joins me in my shock that it's raining in Seattle right now. Okay, we're going to fly Scandinavian. That looks good. Save and go back. Save and go back. Find a suitable place to park so that we don't spawn upon anybody. Okay, Bergen, ENVR. Flesland, Bergen. That sounds about right. Yeah, wait till all those little stutters slow down. It really makes a good difference. I don't see anybody here. Note your gate number. Cool. Let's go and get that sim ready to go. So over here, and this is going to be, and this is a CRJ-9. I went to gate number 31, JSG Droid. You could do 32, 27 through 23 are open too if you want to go into the round terminal. If you want to go into the round terminal. Why is this taking so long? JSG Droid is going to go to gate 27. So no spawning on gate 27. Because spawning is rude. And if you're just coming into the live stream and don't know what I just said, it probably sounds even ruder. But basically, you just come in and put your airplane on top of somebody else's airplane that's already there. And when you see the amount of time and the time and effort that goes into setting up your airplane, that's why we think it's rude. That's right. You unless you're a salmon. If you're a salmon, then spawning's going to happen. Raymond is going to be with us today on gate 29. All right, let's hit ready to fly. Let's get in the plane. Here comes VATSIM, and we should also shut down FS Labs. And then let's come over here and start up Volanta. Here comes Volanta. Volanta's going. We'll go to the aircraft. I don't think the jetway is going to work here. Hit cold and dark on this one. We're going to open up our doors and request a ground power cart. This is one of those fixed jetways, and I don't think it's going to make it out to the airplane. So passengers will just have to walk aboard. First time on VATSIM. That's okay. Now, if it gets really, really busy, you know, take it easy, but we'll try and walk you through some of this. They're pretty similar, JY Gamer. So they're just longer. That's the big difference. But the cockpit setup and everything, that's going to be about the same. All right, so Volanta is good. I've got a flight plan. We're on VATSIM. Let's go ahead and do startup on the airplane. And Raymond, I'll show you a little bit of the VATSIM stuff to do. Okay. So let's do flight plan and import the flight plan from SimBrief. TimDog is going to take the C750, that little bizjet, into the Friday Night Ops. See, you can use that airplane. That airplane will work great for Friday Night Ops. Startup sounds on this airplane are actually pretty good. Why don't we hit pause on the music and enjoy the startup sounds on this airplane? So battery master. And here comes AC, ground power. External lights, nav light, and logo light. Hydraulic 3A system. Work your way down and across. No smoking is on. Emergency exit lights are armed. We're going to turn up the overhead backlighting. We're going to turn on the windshield heaters and turn on the recirculating fans. We don't need the master caution and warnings. And while the airplane continues to start up, let's look over here real fast. Turn up a little bit of integrated lighting and the floodlight. And we'll do the same on the center console. Integrated goes up and the floodlight goes a click. Curly air, yep, that's our next flight after this one. I usually think, I don't know that you see how far out you see those things. I don't know if you see that. It's generally 20 miles. Generally 20 miles. Let's go ahead and do position init. We are at ENBR. Position init. I am at gate 31. Go to page 2. Snag a GPS position. Compare that with your gate position. They're almost identical. Pop that in there. Come down here. And we'll do nav 1 and nav 2. Flight plan. We are in Bergen. ENBR, Bergen. Trondheim is ENVA. Our alternate today is ENGM. We are flying as SAS 441. Our first waypoint today is going to be Intum, INTUM. INTUM, Intum. After Intum, we're going to Nelsu, NELSU. And that's it. That's our flight plan. Let's go to the radio and do a clearance. Ground is 121.9. Radio is up. ENBR ATIS. Information mic is current. Still using runway 35. Altimeter is 1023. And while we're waiting, I usually wait. Let's see if somebody's talking. Let's do our charts really fast. ENBR. We're going to grab parking stands. And that shows us at gate 31. We're going to get the airport map. And there's the airport. And our SID. Intum to Delta. Intum to Delta. And look at the bottom. Initial climb clearance is 6,000 feet. They may change that in the clearance, but I like to note it as soon as I can. Okay, go back. Arrivals, it's just going to be the Nelsu to Mike. Nelsu to Mike. So we pick it up at Nelsu at 12,000 feet. And then we come around here. And that puts us at Zilda. And we're coming in on runway 27. ILS or localizer runway 27. And there's Zilda right there, 220 knots. About 4,000 feet. Our minimums are going to be 304. Our airport info and parking stands. And hit the clip, and you can see everything is all set up perfectly. We do need a Bergen delivery for the wine thing. I don't hear anybody on chat right now. 121.9. Maybe nothing's going on. I don't want to just start blasting away, but Flesling Ground, very good evening from Scandinavian 441. We're a CRJ at stand 31. Information. Mike is aboard requesting clearance to Trondheim.
Scandinavian 441, Flesling Ground, good day. Information Mike, cleared Værnes, Intum to Delta departure, 6,000 feet, squawk 4502.
Scandinavian 441 is cleared to, let's see, Valnes, Trondheim Airport. Intum to Delta departure. Our initial climb is 6,000 feet. Our squawk tonight is 4502 for Scandinavian 441.
Scandinavian 441, read back correct, and for your information, you have filed flight level 3510. I assume you want 350.
I was going to go with 310. I didn't. I didn't wipe out the 5 very good, but requesting 310 tonight.
Scandinavian 441, flight plan amended.
I didn't do a very good job of cleaning up my flight plan, did I? If I start hearing chat, I need to see a doctor. Was that a wisecrack or crack? Is there a doctor in the house? Departure and arrival. We know it's going to be runway 35. It's the Intum 2 Delta departure and execute. Departure and arrival. Our arrival. We're expecting the ILS for runway 27. It's the Nelson to Mike arrival via, was it INSOD? I don't remember. That's why I get my charts out here. It's Zilda. Do we have a Zilda? Hey, we got a Zilda. Let's take that one and execute that. Oh, I couldn't hear anybody in chat. No, and chat was wrong. I probably should have used the better word, Tim J. I should have said it was, I didn't hear anybody on the radio.
Ground, Scandinavian 209, gate 19 with Mike on board.
Martin is now hooked.
Scandinavian 209, QNH 1023, straight, push and start approved.
And push and start approved. You said straight back for Scandinavian 209?
Correct.
Okay, flight level
straight back.
310, 31,000 feet is our cruise. And if we have to go to our alternate, that's going to be 31,000 feet too. All right, let's go ahead and get our airplane loaded. Go to performance. Page 3 of the flight plan tells us that we've got 65 passengers today. So 65 passengers. I'm going to clear the cargo out of the front hold, and we're going to put 1,500 in the back of the plane. Now that we've hit enter, it gives us a zero fuel weight of 29.067. The flight plan said we were supposed to be 29067. Spot on. How about that? Our block fuel today is 4619. So 4619 means our new, that looks good too. Let's load the simulator. Passengers are aboard. I'm going to open the flap on the APU. Let's copy performance data. Nope, let's not do that. Yep, now's the time. Copy performance data and set bugs for takeoff. And there's our performance data. And execute that. Page 2. Our cruise winds today are 314 at 63. 314 at 63 knots. Now that we've heard the startup sounds, we could turn the band back on. Our temperature deviation today is 005. No, it's 008. And execute that. The current time is 20:15. I bet we're out of here at 20:25. So page 3, estimated time of departure, 20:25 Zulu. Execute that. VNAV. 7,000 feet is transition out. Flight level 310. Transition in is 7,000. Those numbers look good. Performance. Let's start the APU. Here comes the APU. And we're going to flex to 45 degrees and save a little bit of fuel. Go to the MFD menu and turn on advisory VNAV. Progress, we're 309 miles to the south of Trondheim. Okay, all of this looks good. And you don't have to use the charts in day mode. We'll go to night mode, clear that, and let's zoom in now and use this as a ground. The big thing is, flex saves engine wear and tear, maintenance costs, a little bit of fuel, and I think it also probably not as noisy. But Tim J says that fuel savings are basically negligible. Yeah, I can't even say that word today. Negligible. salt in the coffee. Our departure heading on runway 35 is going to be 350. Heading is 350. We did get an initial climb clearance of 6,000 feet. Negligible is a hard word. Radio, our squawk is 4502. 4502. Squawkage is occurring. Well, not yet, but it's set. Tim Dog says sometimes Flex uses a little more fuel. The Ever Game Guy is over on YouTube. Hi, Ever Game Guy. Happy Friday. There goes JSG Droid requesting clearance.
Scandinavian 1959er, left on ground, good evening.
APU is up and running. Let's go ahead and we're going to disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected.
Scandinavian 1959er is
We're going to go and disconnect ground power and close the cargo doors. And the cargo door under the engine's closing. Ever Game Guy, we are in Bergen, Norway. We're going to head up to a town called Trondheim and kind of fly with the fjords. So, but if you have a Chevy, you can fly with us too. You don't just have to have a fjord to go to the fjords.
Postman 177 heavy, left on
The silly jokes have started. There's a non-refundable takeoff procedure. I've never heard of that before. That's pretty funny. And our flight plan's good. Looking good. Looking good. No discontinuities.
Postman 177, lead back away.
Okay, everything's good to go here. Let's go close the door. Doors closing.
Taxi to holding point runway 35 via Mike, Golf, and Yankee.
Oh, it's a takeoff with no rejects. You just take off or you crash. That sounds like a spy takeoff to me. Closed, 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 removed. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to pull the chocks.
Good evening, Flexjet 23 Romeo with information.
We're clear there.
Flexjet 23 Romeo, left on ground.
Altimeter is 1023.
Or 290.
We can get 270.
Set the back up.
Clear the vehicle, Intum to Delta departure, 6,000 feet, squawk 5013.
There we go, that's good too. Okay, we've got altitude, we've got heading, we've got altimeter, everything's good to go there. Let's get GSX to push us back. Evergame, you have had a bad day. You know what? Evergame, welcome to the Spy Flight. One of the things that we always try to do is if you've had a bad day, come on in here so that you can kind of forget for a while. Can't necessarily fix the day, but we'll do everything we can to make you forget for a little bit and see that the world is okay. And welcome in. You found friends here. Thanks for coming in.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
We're almost ready to push. I was gonna, well, let's see, Reno to Seattle, no idea if I was gonna do cargo or not. We could do an A300. We could do 777. All about flying fun. So every game guy, we're gonna try and help you forget for just a little bit here. Okay, doors are closed. Let's get all of our hydraulic switches on. Ever game guy. Okay, some of us have been there, some of us haven't. That is truly a bad day. We've all been there. I've lost family of my own. Nothing takes that away. But I will tell you that it's important to try, and as you're sorting through that, take little vacations from all of that if you can. Take just a little bit of time away. You know, fly your sim airplane with us for a while, just so that you can forget for a little bit. It's going to be with you for a long time, so learning to take vacations from all of this is an important thing to do. Good evening, Jersey Pilot. Welcome on in. I hope life is good in Jersey. Have you checked in with Giselle lately? Nose right, tail left. Yeah? Yes.
Release parking brakes, please.
Okay, check the ADIS. Information mic remains current. Less than ground. Hello again from Scandinavian 441 at gate 31. Information mic remains aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Scandinavian 441, QNH 1023, push and start approved, face west.
Facing west for Scandi 441. Thanks. Shall we go?
And the QNH 1023.
1023 on the altimeter for Scandi 441. You've tried joining, so you're still trying to figure stuff out, Evergame guy. The thing is when it comes to this flight sim stuff, it does take a little bit of setup time. We'll try and talk you through that a little bit, okay? This is our bi-weekly update from Giselle, and nobody has heard from Giselle this week on the island of Jersey. And back we go. This is a long one for sure. Let's go ahead and start some engines. Booster pumps going on. Starting engine number 1. Engine number 1 is starting. Here comes our N2. Yeah, that's right. The no rejection takeoff. That might have something to do with dating advice. That's funny. I need to push the buttons, otherwise I give you a drum roll. Brumchish. There you go.
177, QNH 1023.
All right. Fuel. Engine number 1 is starting. Evergame guy. Yeah, a lot of people are super duper happy with the Citation jet. It's a cool airplane. Parking brakes are going on. Bi-weekly and fortnightly. I think people in the UK understand fortnightly. Bi-weekly is, at least in the UK, maybe not in the US. Grasshopper's back on YouTube. Welcome back, Grasshopper. Thank you for coming in. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2. Starting on up. But yeah, the Citation X, the Citation 10 is a very cool airplane.
Canada 1966, just confirm Intum to Delta departure. India, November, Tango, Uniform, Mike, to Delta departure.
Engine number 2 starts.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Cool. Nice pushback.
Canada 1966.
We need to do arrivals. 64. 246. There's about as close as we're going to get. Okay, we got 2 good starts on our engines. Looking pretty good. Let's go and get the packs on.
Canada 1966. Intum to Delta departure.
Probe heaters are on. Be careful with these. Sometimes you can inadvertently skip a yaw damper. Left and right. Left and right. And on. Come over here. The last thing we need to look at in performance is on page 1. Takeoff trim is going to be 6.2.
Correction, Nordic 965 requesting clearance to Copenhagen Castle.
Nordic 965.
Okay, that looks good.
Evening information November, cleared Kastrup, 604 Delta departure, 6,000 feet, squawk 1261.
All right, I think we're all ready to go. Let's do flaps 8. Flaps are 8. Somebody just did something nice
Nordic
over on
9065,
YouTube.
cleared
I think
to
that was
report
a
into
subscription.
departure
I've noticed that a few of you also became channel members on YouTube. That is even nicer. Thank you for that extra support. There's a couple of emotes that I've set up over on YouTube just for spy stuff.
Welcome aboard.
And you do get comment priority over there too, I think. I'm still learning. Shall we get ready for our taxi?
Nordic 965, lead back leg.
And ground,
Almost time to go. Phuket is back in chat, and Tuffery.
Scandinavian
Turfree
1959er, taxi to holding point.
just hit the follow button on
Yeah.
Twitch. Hey Turfree, thanks for coming in.
holding point runway 15, Echo and Canadian 195.
Flesland ground. Hello again. Scandinavian 441 is pushed and started from stand 31. Information Mike remains aboard, requesting taxi.
Scandinavian 441, left on ground. Hello again. Information November. Taxi straight ahead and follow company CRJ to holding point runway 35.
Taxi straight ahead, and we'll follow the company CRJ to runway holding point, and we will also get information November aboard. Scandi 441. Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. Welcome, welcome. Parking brake off. Tow brakes are on. Oh wow, I hope you've got a good Friday going. Nose light. Cabin call. APU can go off.
Alpha Whiskey 17, good evening, Flesland ground.
Tow brakes are off. Shall we go? Jersey pilot, I'm glad that you were there to call your 911 for your neighbors. That was really nice of you. Okay, out we go. Takeoff config check is set, and we're ready. And the airplane is moving. Happy Friday. Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow.
Refrigerator 4 calling.
Okay, we're supposed to follow a company CRJ, so there'll be a Scandinavian CRJ coming out. That was really nice. Jersey pilot, way to be awake and ready for your friends. That's right, 999 is the emergency number where Jersey pilot is. It's 911 in the U.S.
Postman 177.
Flash Duck! Hey, hey, welcome aboard. JSG droid is over on Echo. 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 Echo.
Fina 804, flash on ground.
That was funny, right? So you're on Echo. I see where you are, and if we look over here,
Fina 804, taxi straight ahead.
I'll bet that's JSG droid right over there.
Taxi to stand. Correction, taxi Yankee, hold short Echo.
Now JSG droid is on Yankee. Let's look over there, make sure that nobody's coming. Nobody is. Flash Duck, happy Friday. Welcome, welcome.
Scandinavian 1959er, contact Lesson Tower, 119er, decimal 1, bye-bye.
Lesson Tower 119 decimal 9 for Scandinavian 195.
Flexjet 23 Romeo, we have the new information November, stand 1, request startup.
Flexjet 23 Romeo, QNH 1023, startup.
And then we come out at Echo,
Approved, Flexjet 23 Romeo.
and that puts us on Yankee. Or if you've got a problem, you know, if you can't remember that number, Knudden, how about 8675309? I think somebody named Jenny will answer.
Finnair 804, taxi stand 25 via Yankee on Foxtrot.
Tower 119.1.
Stand 25 Yankee on Foxtrot. Finnair 804.
Postman 177, taxi to holding point runway 35 via Yankee.
Runway 35, holding point via Yankee.
Scandinavian 441, contact Liaison Tower 119.1, bye-bye.
119.1 for Scandinavian 441. Thank you for the clearance. Have a good weekend.
Alpha Whiskey 1.
Runway 35.
Ooh, look at that windsock over there. It's a little bit windy today. It's a little windy. Fortunately, it's kind of going right down the runway.
159, Alpha 8, continue down to Alpha 9 with an expedite lineup traffic on approximately 6 miles per hour, runway 35.
Roger that, we're expediting right now. You can keep rolling this, your leg first go.
If you can see, there's a small little dot of
New
light
recruit
right up there.
detected.
That's the airplane that's
Welcome
just
aboard.
coming in.
Station.
Flesland Tower, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is just approaching holding point runway 35 with November fully ready.
Scandinavian 441 Roger, will be one landing prior for your departure.
One landing prior, we got their landing lights. Scandi 441.
Scandinavian 159, wind 330 degrees, 12 knots, runway 35, clear for takeoff.
There goes JSG's droid. Somebody just did a follow. Let me get stopped at the appropriate point. Parking brakes are on. Now then, we need to look at the flight plan one more time. And we need to get this number. Minimum takeoff fuel is 3978. 3978. Our current fuel is 4520. There's the total fuel there. So if we were at 3978, we wouldn't have enough fuel to make it. So we have just done our fuel check and found that we have more than enough gas. So we're not going to run out of gas today. There was a follow. Let's see. Kuyakars, did I say that even close to right? Thank you for the follow. Over on Twitch. Here's the airplane that's going to land. And on our departure,
441 behind landing company, Airbus A319, and line estimate 35 behind.
Scandi 441, we will line up and wait behind the company A320 that is landing behind. Scandinavian 441.
Scandinavian 19859, contact approach 121.0 and drive 525.
Contact approach 121.2.
That's our next frequency. I only do the localizer on my side. I think you do the localizer on both sides if you're going to do a Category 3 landing. But I usually just do that on... I usually just do that for me. But Tim J says you're supposed to do both of them as a consistency. And there's our landing. Strobes. And out we go. Cabin call. Out we go.
Postman 177 with tower.
Just phone contact you, the only Yankee approach
Postman 177, Bergen tower low, looks like you passed Alpha 8. No worries, continue Yankee 1 point Alpha 9.
Yeah, and the other 777,
Postman 177, no worries, that's all. Then 2866, contact ground 121, good night. Cannon 441, wind 330 degrees, 12 knots, runway 35, check it.
Runway 35, clear for takeoff. Scandinavian 441, thanks. Shall we go?
Postman 177 behind.
Heading is armed. Throttle's going up. Clock is set. Thrust is set to flex. Up, up, and away time.
Island Tower, good evening. Flexjet 23 Romeo, stand 1, request taxi to runway.
Traction 23 Romeo, contact ground 119 at taxi.
We've been sent by ground.
No worries, in that case, taxi running point to 35.
Taxi holding point 35.
V1. Rotate.
You can choose Alpha 8 or Alpha 9 at your turn.
Landing gear.
Scanning in 441, 4 mode, Charlie.
Skinny 441, thanks. Sorry, forgot that one.
Scanning in 441, thank you. Now over to approach 121.0 and verify. Goodbye.
121.0 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Goodbye. And
5. 120655. Have a great.
Flessland approach. Very good evening. Scandinavian 441 is passing 2,500 for 6.
Scandinavian 441, hello, Flessland approach. Identified, climb flight level 170.
Climb flight level 170 now for Scandi 441.
Scandinavian 441, clear direct Intum.
Direct to Intum now for Scandi 441. There's a cool bridge I want to look at. Look at that really nicely lit up bridge down there. That was pretty cool. That was a really neat looking bridge. AP. AP's got us. We're going a little fast. A little fast here. And direct to Intum.
Scandinavian 441, contact Polaris on 120.655, have a great flight.
120.655 for Scandi 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Polaris is probably one of the coolest names in is one of the coolest names you really can fall behind fast in this airplane. I fell behind quite a bit. That was a cool bridge. That really was neat. Barrow. Polaris, very good evening. Scandi 441's direct to Intum, passing 8,000 for flight level 170.
Scandinavian 411, Polaris row, hello, flight level 310.
Flight level 310 for Scandi 441. Thanks. This airplane keeps you so busy.
Scandinavian 1959er, proceed direct Exilda, that's X-ray, India Lima Delta Alpha.
Let me repeat that. Delta, Alpha, Delta, Echo, X-ray, Alpha.
Confirm.
Okay.
X-ray, India Lima Delta Alpha.
Good evening. Tom Seck is in chat. Welcome in. Is it another steamy night in Another steamy night in Frankfurt. It's been pretty hot all week long.
India, Lima,
Once inbound to ENVA, there's a direct to Zilda, which is hard to hear. That's the southern entry point for the 27 approach at ENVA. Thanks, Russ. I know I'm overspeeding. I'm being a bad pilot. Jersey pilot, Skyfall, Bond and M stop in the Scottish Highlands. You've stopped and you've been to that spot there in the Scottish Highlands. I'll bet that's really cool. I would, that would be a place to get a picture. That would be a place to get a picture for sure. Also, the Glenfinnan Viaduct would be a place to get a picture in Scotland. That would be a good one. And over by that one lock to just take a picture with you and your wand. That would be good too. Okay, my gosh. Everything's good there. Flaps are up. Yeah, I had those up. Speed just got away with me. And it was misty like in the movie too.
Hawk 4 request divert to Sola. Hawk 4, that is approved. Clear to route southbound towards Sola and clear to enter the Sola control zone from the north, 2,000 feet, question, 2,500 feet or below VFR to join right.
Finally getting caught up. Oh, this airplane. When it works great. When it doesn't, you just get so behind on this. Whoops, those are the wrong 3. These go off. Okay. Everything's good. I wanted to make sure I had anti-ice. Roro Arrow is back in chat. Welcome back in. Happy Finally Friday. And we're direct to Intim. And passengers enjoying a nice view outside the airplane tonight. And like Russ said, we're still in, you know, the summer sun, so this should be nice. That's right, I was so far behind in this airplane, I wasn't even up front. I was back in coach somewhere. That's how far behind. You really can get far behind in this airplane. You know, and if you take a second to enjoy the takeoff and enjoy the scenery going out, you're going to end up like I did, just so far behind on the departure. It was called, they've got a place up there. It's called Skyfall Lodge. You mean they didn't blow it up after all? It was a movie trick? See that, Vex Freeze. Oh, I see, there's the catch. That's why they put the engines in the back. To make sure that the pilot doesn't get behind the engines. Flying Winnebago got 737 MAX 8. I think you're going to have fun with that airplane. Hey, Blade GPS, welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. It was a movie set. They never had a building there at Skyfall Lodge.
Now for traffic. Left heading 32 0.
Blade GPS. There are a lot of buttons in this airplane. You're absolutely right.
And if we could get the heading once again, please.
There are a ton of buttons in this airplane. And it really, this one really does take 2 people to fly.
320.
You stay busy in this plane. Okay, seatbelts can go to auto. Seatbelts are auto. Logo light off. Forgot strobes on departure too. Jeez. Amazed we even got off the ground. Truthful Dread says that the James Bond family home was filmed at Glencoe and also Glen Etiv. See, wouldn't that be a great place to go buy some property and build you know, a small, like, spy lair. And that would be a great place to move the spy flight. As long as there's a rail line nearby. 24,000 feet.
Scandinavian forward 1, clear direct Exilda, that's X-ray, India, Lima, Delta Alpha. X-ray, India, Lima, Delta Alpha, Exilda.
Scandi 441, we are direct to Exilda. Scandi 441, and thanks for the phonetic. Exilda. So it's not, I was calling it Zilda, but it's Exilda. Okay. The stream titles are off today. What did I do, Tim J? Glencoe is a great place to visit. Truthful Dead says it's a good place to go. It shouldn't say Tuesday. It should say finally Friday. I fixed that. I said, now that was wrong yesterday. It does say Tuesday. I said finally Friday. Hang on.
Resume on navigation, direct to Bravo, flight 23 Romeo.
Finally. I said finally Friday. I typed that. I was a good. Okay, I just fixed it. Thank you for catching that. It has what I call advisory VNAV. So it's and that's up here. You see this? That's called advisory VNAV. So it doesn't really do VNAV like the other planes do. All right, I think I fixed that, and I see that there's 17 people watching on YouTube. Thank you for being on my new channel. Thank you for coming over there. Some of you I know have hit the channel membership. That's really nice. I will be adding remotes to channel membership next few days off so that there's more of the spy kinds of things that we got over there.
Scandinavian forward 1, report Mach number.
Scandi 441 will be at Mach 0.77 at our top of climb.
Roger, thank you. Postman 177, maintain Mach decimal 77 or so.
Truthful Dread, I'm from Lanks originally.
First, Hawk 4, join final 36 and confirm attention full stop.
Join final 36, AFR full stop. Hawk 4.
Hawk 4, clear to land, runway 36, wind 340 degrees, 15.
Clear to land 36, Hawk 4. Like said, 23 Romeo, we're at our top of descent. If we could get a descent altitude, please.
Absolutely. Jet 23 Romeo, descent flight level 100.
Descent 100, flight jet 23 Romeo.
Scandinavian 1959er, maintain Mach decimal 77 or greater.
Or maintain Mach decimal 77.
Scandinavian 1959er.
Almost to top of climb, so we're going to get busy again, adjusting the speed, and they want us right at Mach 0.77. So now we've got it flashing at us.
We're good. We're going to get climbing again here. The plane is having a fit.
The airplane's having a fit. I'm glad. I'm not glad that you're having a problem, but at least I'm not the only one that fell behind and had a cranky airplane.
Scandinavian 1959er, contact now, Pilotus Control 125.17, goodbye.
Over the Polaris 125.77.
That's next for us.
Polaris Control, Nordic.
All right, let's go ahead and we're going to bug Mach 0.77. There's Mach 0.77. And we're coming up on our altitude cap.
Hello, with you to climb flies level 2D50. Cleared direct KRNO VOR. Tango November Oscar.
Cleared Tango November Oscar VOR and climb.
And now we take it out of climb mode and then manually adjust the throttles. So you'll see my throttles moving down to hold that.
And direct TNO for Nordic 965.
And I climb just a touch high. There's Mach 0.77. We're a little fast now, so readjust it again.
7, question 125.7, bye-bye.
125.7, just down.
Have a good evening. Break, Scandinavian 441, contact Polaris Control 125.7, goodbye.
Over to Polaris 125.7 for Scandi 441. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too.
There's Polaris.
Polaris Control, Canadian 1959. We are flight level 306 to 350.
Correction, landing run 27.
Landing runway 27.
Polaris, very good evening. Scandinavian 441 is maintaining Mach 0.77 at flight level 310.
Scandinavian 441, Polaris Control Meadow, landing runway 27.
Trondheim, landing runway 27 for Scandi 441. Thanks. ENVA. And that's landing runway 27. The altimeter is going to be nice. It's wet there, though. So, and a little slow. So we got to bring the throttles back up again. Jersey Pilot wants to know if you know Emma Peel. Yeah, she's from the Avengers, right? Oh, Nathan Peel. Sorry about that. We'll have to ask John Steed about that. Sphinx Music, it is raining in Trondheim tonight. Really? So I'm slowly just adjusting my throttles to get us right at Mach 0.77. Truthful Dread left there in 1995. Mach 0.77, I think that's about as close as I'm going to get it. Top of descent is in about 80 miles, it looks like. Okay, so let's go over here. We're done with the departure charts. And what we need to do is look over there and see they're going to probably give us a descent via, which means we have to be, well, we're going direct to Zilda, so it's going to be 6,000 there. On the ILS, our minimums today are 304 feet. Let's get that done right now. 304 is just going to be 300 is as close as we'll get. Minimums are set. Cool. A touch fast. Holy moly. Okay, so after this, we're going to be departing from Reno to Seattle. We could take the 737 MAX. We could take the Airbus A319 or 20. We could take a cargo flight, either an A300 or a 777. We flew the 777 yesterday. It's probably been a while since we've flown the A300.
Flexjet 23 Romeo, flight level 2204 100.
Tuffery, what do the stars mean on the map that I looked at? Truthful Dread is in Barcelona right
24
now.
Flight 23 Romeo.
Are you talking about this page right here? The stars, those are like this thing right here, like at Sorav. That's a waypoint. It's a latitude and longitude point in the sky that we've created, that humans have created, and it's in a big database. The airplane knows the latitude and longitude of Sorav. So if we're told to go direct to Sorav, we put it in the computer. It just takes us right there. And those are called waypoints. Little slow. You're always having to adjust your throttles on this airplane. Let's see. Flying Winnebago. That's right. Flying Winnebago just got the 737 MAX. So we should do that for Flying Winnebago. We got you covered. Tim J has a much better explainer than I did. And thank you for taking the time to answer that. Okay, so the 737 MAX for our next flight.
Head ready, flight level 120, KNM 159.
Top of descent is coming up here in about 50 miles. We've got information Zulu aboard for Trondheim. The wind right now, it's 280 degrees at 28 knots, 10 miles visibility. There's a few clouds at 3,800, broken clouds at flight at 4,400. The temperature is 13 degrees. The altimeter is 1015. And it is wet, as we have heard. Martel, calling it a night tonight. Martel, you've stayed up late with us a lot so far. Thanks for coming in. Have a great evening. I also like to say a special thank you. Martel always takes the time to hit the like button over on the Patreon video. Thank you for checking that out. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Have a great evening. See you next time. Eckler is back in chat. Welcome back, Eckler. Did I say that right? Thank you for coming in today. I'm just refreshing the chat thing. It looks like it got a little cranky here.
Yesterday 441. When ready, descend flight level 120.
When ready, descend flight level 110 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Flight.
When ready, flight level 120.
Correction, that was flight level 120 for Scandi 441. Thank you. There's far too many numbers floating around in my head right now. I might need another one of those cold beverages. Actually, Espresso Kate's got all the beverages in the back. We should concentrate on flying. Tuffrey, okay, first of all, yes, you are absolutely right. It is not your imagination. You do. When people first come into a live stream like this, and they see all the things we're doing. Now, I'm flying a really tough airplane right now. But there is a lot of information overload. So what you do is you start small, just like real world pilots do, and you fly in the Cessna 152. And then you slowly build up to these airplanes. This is one of those games that you play for years and years and years, not just for like 90 days and go and do something else. So I promise you that you can go and you can figure out that, you know, if you spend the time, you'll be able to fly in VATSIM with any airplane you want, just like we are, and it'll be fine. But yes, it is a huge information overload. You saw how far behind in the takeoff I got on all this, so it really is a lot. This is a game that does require skill. There's actual skill. A lot of people think, this silly little Microsoft Flight Simulator. Now we're flying in real world weather, real time, with airplanes that are getting more complex, more realistic, with ATC that's very realistic. But I promise you can do it. If I can, you can. Espresso Kate, we are not there yet, but we will have more refills as soon as possible. Cornered Connection is back in chat. Hi, Cornered Connection on YouTube. We're in Flight Sim, Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Oh, Jersey Pilot, are you going to put that over on Discord? I'd love to see that. There are some cool pros here. We've also got some real-world airline pilots that fly with us. Some real-world private pilots that fly with us. That's what I am. And we've got people that don't have a pilot's license at all, and they fly like, you know, like Maverick. They're really, really good at this. Okay, coming up on our top of descent here. And there's 10 miles. I'm going to start just pulling my throttles back a touch. I'm going to go from Mach now to airspeed, and I'm going to bug 280 for my descent. Okay, speed's coming down a little bit. .280. And now what we're going to do is start a gentle descent here. We're a little bit early, but I'm going to start my descent at about 1,200 feet per minute. And let's see how it is that we're doing on the descent. And then we'll also pull our throttles back.
77, when ready, descend flight level 120 on conversion, speed 270 knots or less.
They're doing about 270, so we're a touch fast at the moment. So pulling my throttles back to maintain 280, and let's increase our rate of descent.
On conversion, speed 280 knots.
280 knots on conversion for Scandinavian 441. Increasing my rate of descent here just a bit.
Flexture 23 Romeo, descent 5 key.
Bring in the map a click.
I was blocked. Can you repeat Flexure 23 Romeo?
Flexture 23 Romeo, descent 5,000 feet.
And a little bit more.
Descent 5,000, Flexure 23 Romeo.
Okay, so far so good. Let's go seatbelts on. Seatbelts are on. And we're right on our descent path. I'm a touch slow, but not too bad. So let's push the throttles forward ever so slightly. You just slow what they tell you to at top of descent. Conversion means. Conversion means basically when you're going to fly, when your speed changes from Mach, like Mach 0.77, to indicated airspeed. 280 knots, and that's somewhere between 28,000 and 30,000 feet. There's probably a specific number, but every airplane's a little bit different. That's why I try not to say the exact number, because that just gets confusing.
Polaris approach 118.605.
118605 is next. Let's see. Flight Deck Sim wants to buy the Cessna Citation 10. That is a incredibly cool airplane. We flew it last time, Flight Deck, with Sekeith. It's a cool airplane. Like all of the payware airplanes, there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, but I promise you'll be able to figure it out. Okay, I still feel a touch high. So we're going to increase our rate of descent and pull the throttles back just a touch more to maintain 280 knots. Is it easier that with actual stick and throttle? Eventually you're going to want some controls, but just getting started, I'd say that's good. Let me ask you this, Tuffery, do you have something like this, an Xbox controller that you can plug into your computer? If you do, that's a great controller to start using. And you can use that Xbox controller with airplanes like the Cessna 152, the 172, and even the, what's the turboprop in there? So that's a great way to get started before you start spending money. $30, I think that it's a good... I think it's a good $30 airplane. I'm a little slow, increase my throttles. But then eventually you're going to want some other controllers, but that's a great way to get started without spending money except for the sim.
1 Foxtrot departure, climb 6,000 feet, walk 1436.
Okay, we're getting a little low, and there's mountains around here, so I'm going to reduce my rate of descent now. And we're a touch fast. But this airplane does take work. Next one is a Boeing 737 MAX. Captain Minnesota. Oh, it's used to be XLT 588 Gaming.
Report to assigned speed to the next approach 118.1605. Bye-bye.
118605 for Scandi 441, and we will report our assigned speed. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good weekend.
You as well.
Captain Minnesota, welcome back in. Happy finally Friday and happy weekend to you. Thank you for coming on in. Varnus approach, very good evening from Scandinavian 441. We're maintaining 280 knots and descending to flight level 110.
Scandinavian 441, Varnus approach, good evening to you, sir. Information Alpha is current. Expect ILS from a 270, send flight level 90.
Flight level 90 now for Scandinavian 441. Information Alpha is now aboard. So descend to 9,000. There we go. When am I doing Reno to Seattle? That is next. So as soon as we land in Trondheim, we're going to reset the sim, load up a new airplane, and do Reno to Seattle. We'll do all the flight planning. Flight deck, absolutely. Everybody is welcome. We're on VATSIM. So make sure if you're new to VATSIM, you know your airplane is as good as possible. Really good. And you know, have a general idea of what it is you're supposed to say on the radio. And kind of go from there. Let's see, one of the things that we like to do just prior to landing, if we've got another flight, is just come on in and check out. Okay, Vegas is up. There's no ATC at Reno. SeaTac is currently landing on 16 left and right. So 16 left and right for arrivals. Let's come over here and do digital ATIS for Reno here. KRNO. Reno. Landing and departing runway 17 right. Okay, so it's always good to kind of just have a little look-see over there. That way we can kind of start getting ready for our next flight. Hey, Professor. Welcome aboard.
220 knots.
Have I ever
great
gone to
approach.
Bologna?
That's
I have. Oh, and it comes with bread. Ha ha. A little fast, a little low. Let's bring in the map a click. Professor, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Your 5th time on VATSIM. Okay, it's going to get busy into Seattle, but I don't want to scare you away. You're going to be flying with some other spies, so you'll kind of be able to look and get a little help from us.
441, descent to 7,000 feet, QNH 1015, may reduce now to speed to 60 knots.
Speed now down to 260 knots, and we are clear to descend now to 7,000 feet. The altimeter in Varnes is 1015 for Scandi 441. Altimeter 1015. 1015, looking good. Reducing our speed a bit. Professor, you could, I think the A380 is a little bit big for Reno. I mean, you know, everybody's excited about the big old A380. The problem is it's just so big for so many airports. It really can only go into to certain airports, and that's why. We are still a touch fast. Throttles are... I'm going to reduce our rate of descent just a bit because our speeds are important, because there's other airplanes and we don't want to get in anybody's way. Everything's good to go up here. Nothing to worry about. Still not slowing. Throw out a little speed brake for a second.
Scandinavian 195 descent via the Exilda transition, clear RS runway 27, report established please.
There we go. Now their speed's 260.
Subscriber confirmed.
Somebody
Top
just did a
clearance granted,
resub.
agent. Loyalty
Let me
noted.
put speed brakes away before I forget. Headshot Man's back with a nice resub. Been here for 6 months. Hey, thank you for a 6-month resub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for keeping it going, helping me to keep the lights on at Spy H.Q. It really is how I survive, and I couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much. 10,000 feet landing lights. 10,000 foot cabin call. And now we're gonna bug 250. A little fast. Let's go over here and set our bugs for landing.
Scandinavian 441, descent 6,000 feet.
6,000 feet now for Scandi 441. Landing 140, let's call it.
Postman 177, descent to 7,000 feet, QNH 1015.
We're gonna call it. Let's call it 145 to land. 145. Hey, Guy Patton is back in chat over on YouTube. Hi, Guy. Welcome on in. You did some late night. Yeah, sunrise and sunset in the Sims are really, really nice. Speed's looking pretty good. Coming into some clouds. Temperature outside is -4. I'm going to at least turn on my engine anti-ice. I'm going to go and bug my next speed. Okay, there we go. Coming up on 6,000 feet. That should hopefully slow us down. That should help us out a little bit. We're at 250, so we're not bad there. Everything's good up there. We are in clouds. They're frosty. And bring in the map. Our last click. There's 5 miles.
Skyline 19 or 59, want established speed 160 knots or greater until 4 miles.
160 knots or greater until full status.
We're going to try for Alpha 4.
We are now on the 1 flight.
Thank you, and 160 knots or greater until 4 miles.
160 or greater until 5 mile final.
Finally, speed's coming down.
41, descend beyond Exilda transition, cleared RS runway 27, speed 220 knots until Exilda.
220 knots until Exilda and descend with the transition for Scandi 441. Okay, so that's gonna be 4,000. How about flaps 1? Arm the reversers. Speed brakes are done. There's 220. Here's our turn. So far, so good. Everything's good down here. How about 1,500? Hat Max says we ought to do a spy hat. I think you're right. We need all the luck we can get. We can get all the luck we can get. And losing an engine is a little terrifying. That being said, one of the things I'll tell you is pilots, train for that all the time. All the time.
1959, report indicated airspeed.
Where indicated is 160 knots for Scandi 195.
Sky 1959, roger, speed 180 knots or greater until 6 miles.
180 or greater until 6 miles for Scandi 195.
Sky 441, speed 180 knots until 6 miles.
180 knots now until 6 miles DME for Scandi 441. 180.
Postman 177, descend to 6,000 feet, speed 220 knots or less. Yeah, Exilda, cleared RS, runway 27. Airport, speed 220 knots or less and cleared RS, runway 27, yeah, Exilda.
Arm the approach. Get all the help you can from the airplane here. Speed's coming down nicely. Flaps 8. But watch it. It will slow down so fast for you.
Scandi 1959, contact tower on 119, decimal 405. Goodbye.
119 decimal 405, Scandi 1959.
Okay, set the heading bug straight up for a go round. Let's get the gear down. We need a little bit of drag here. I mean, speed brakes are wide out. There we go. Finally, we're slowing down. Oh, Espresso Kate. Yeah, we've got a lot of A lot of drag on this airplane right now. Gears out, flaps are going out, and speed brakes are out. We don't need speed brakes. There is 180. Good. We are a little close to the airplane up ahead of, that's up ahead of us, though. So we need to be ready to go around here. Missed approach. Climb on a heading of 266 degrees to 4,000 feet. Right turn direct to NDB. Okay.
Approach, good evening, Wizard 5 Oscar Lima. After departure, passing 2,800 feet, climbing to 6,000 via seat.
Wizard 5 Oscar Lima Varnes, hello, identified. Climb and restricted, flight level 170.
52170, Wizard 5 Oscar Lima.
Scandinavian 441, contact tower 119.405. Glad to see you again. Good evening.
119.405 for Scandi 441. Always fun to fly in Norway. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Varnes Tower, very good evening. Scandinavian 441. It's about 6 mile finals for runway 27.
Scandinavian 441, Varnes Tower, good evening. Continue number 2. Caution wind shear forecast, wind 280 degrees, 27.
Number 2 for the runway, Scandi 441. Now let's bug that 145. And don't go any slower than that. More flaps. Let's leave 30. We're still really close to the airplane ahead of us. Okay, gear is down, 4 green. Flaps are set, speed is set. Reversers are armed. Now getting a little bit slow. Don't let it get too flat. Slow. There we go. All right, over here, we're going to try, and our exit is going to be Alpha 4. Windy. Winds are from the right, going to blow us to the left. I'm still letting the airplane do the work. There's rain. A little slow. AP is off. Captain has the airplane.
19590, left turn, taxi via Yankee, stand 37.
Yankee be for 37 first, 195 minutes.
Scandinavian 441, wind 280 degrees, 27 knots, runway 27, clear to land.
Runway 27, clear to land, Scandinavian 441. Got the wind from the left. I'm a touch high. Our speed is not so bad. There's 1 red dot. 2 red dots.
500.
Don't let the speed go down too much. This airplane gets really cranky at low speed.
300.
Paul just got home. Hi, Paul. Welcome home.
Minimums.
Landing.
200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Postman 177, Varnes Tower.
I think that is JSG Droid taxiing by.
0 degrees, 27 knots, caution wind shear.
I think that was JSG Droid taxiing by.
441, taxi stand at 35, VI active.
Taxiing now to stand 35 via Yankee for Scandi 441. Thank you. So 35, Alpha 5 Yankee, and right there. So left turn, right turn. The airplane was taxiing fast. Well, that one actually felt pretty good. Now let's shatter the illusion that that was even close to a good landing. So let's see. We were pretty good. Minus 292, 1.06. Yeah, I thought it was a little lighter than that, but I guess not. Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow is here with the big butter thing. I only wish there was a bunch of butter all over the runway there.
Postman 177, wind 27, 0 degrees, 26 knots, runway 27, clear to land.
Okay, and we're going to stand 35. Ms. Keeter is going to call it a night now. Good night, Ms. Keeter. Thank you for coming in today. Have an incredibly good evening. We'll see you next time. Stand 35 right there. Look at that. It's got big numbers out and everything. JSG Droid made it to the gate. We'll make it to the gate. And you have to line up with your jetway. They don't go backwards and forwards, just out to the plane. So you do have to park right on the spot. I know, I think Volante gets rigged too. All right, parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. Did we get the APU up and running? Sure did. That was good. Let's turn off the nose light. We got that off too. We're done with engines. Let's stop squawking. Come over here to aircraft. Put chocks in place. Passenger door, cargo, 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 stairs and jetway. And we made it. How about that? Hey, there's that postman, I think, that was flying in behind us that just landed. And we made it. Oh, we don't have our logo light on. We're going to get a nasty memo from the marketing people. Let's also turn off the probe heaters, turn off the fuel pumps, and that's basically it. We made it. I think JSG Droid was in a CRJ2, but the model matching doesn't work all that well, so that's why it's showing up as just a plain E-Jet right now. So that is something that happens every now and then. And we had a Scandi Airbus over here. And there's the cargo plane that came in. Tim Dog, crisis has been resolved and dinner is eaten, so now you can relax before the FNO starts. I don't know, Reno to Seattle, that's next for us. In the 737 MAX. That's why we'll take our time. We're a little bit early. It's kind of nice to be a little bit early for things like FNOs. It's really nice to do that. Otherwise, you end up you know, having to wait forever for clearance. A very cool airplane, but wow, is it a lot of work. Usually I'll recycle the sim when we're going to flip the airplanes around. Okay, what else have we got? Let's see. Meld Studio, I think, has an update for Nvidia. That's nice. We'll look at that later. Okay, this all looks great. Let's go back over and see if anything entertaining's happening on VATSIM here. Okay, Reno is now up, so we got some ATC in Reno. Landing and departing 17 right and 17 left. Irby did a great landing, a -102 and a fully loaded 777. That's awesome. Seattle has gone offline. That's usually normal before an FNO, but we do know that SeaTac is landing on the 16s, so that's good. Oakland Center is up. Seattle is not up yet. They will be slowly picking up. I know. 3 cheers to Irby for a good landing. It's the Microsoft Flight Simulator anniversary on Monday. They need to release something special. I don't know if it's going to be sim update. I wouldn't hold my breath on that. They've been releasing a couple of they've been releasing some updates and stuff. So I should do Nirvana. I don't think that I could do that. I mean, if anything, I mean, somebody with gray hair does not smell like Teen Spirit or anything like that anymore. So there you go. I was more Pearl Jam, though, than Kurt Cobain and Nirvana. Shall we go and get a sim and just we'll take our time. I know that there's a new pilot out, a new 737 MAX pilot, so I'm going to take my time on this. Espresso Kate, those are some really good happy emotes, the little raccoon emotes that you've got. Eddie Vetter is okay. Hey, as long as my fuel is even flowing down to the engines, I'm happy. I'm happy on that. Let's go ahead and do a flight plan for this. So new flight, it's a 737. Mariners fan likes Eddie Vedder. Okay, I'm going to go with United. I'm sure I'll forget my call sign because I've been doing that a lot lately. KRNO, Reno, KSEA, SeaTac. Let's do 737 MAX 8. Okay, we're going to fly my usual airline. 17 right, 16 left. I think that's good. This is about a 2-hour flight. We're actually a fair distance away. This is Friday night ops. You know how most of the time I board 15 minutes of extra ATC fuel? It's Friday night ops. I'm going to double that to 30 minutes of extra ATC fuel. 30 minutes. We're doing the Zephyr departure to Hawks 8 in. That sounds normal. I think we're ready to go. Let's hit generate. I have absolutely, and that's one of the things that I'd always wished that I'd developed is some sort of musical skill, but I don't. We are a little bit early, but we're 2 hours away from Seattle, and there's ATC here. And I usually do try to get us in at the beginning of the FNOs, so and that way, otherwise we're going to be sitting on the ground for an extra half an hour on the other side, waiting for a clearance, and that's no fun either. So that's why I usually bring us into these things a bit early. All right, that looks good. Let's get a PDF. Let's see, you consume coffee before landing. Well, as long as there's plenty of blue juice in the lavatory, you're probably going to be okay. Okay, important safety tip on this airplane. You need to save a copy of your PDF flight plan to your desktop. You're going to need this. Okay, so that's good. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Hey, JBS, welcome aboard. You got home in time for an oceanic flight. Flight level 380. A touch high, but not too bad. Let's file that one. We're filed. Okay, let's copy the flight plan. And we'll update the cool little things over on Twitch. So title. I used to be in radio in the 80s and the 90s, so asking somebody that used to play songs on the radio what their favorite song is, that's a really hard thing to do. It's really tough to say, oh, this is my favorite song all the time. It's hard. Let's see. Martin has the Minions movie in your head. I can fix that for you, Martin. You don't want the Minions movie in your head? That song? I can do it. Ready? Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Swimming is what we do all day. See? Now you've got Finding Nemo in your head, but that's probably better, right? Mariner's fan likes Jeremy from Pearl Jam. Dory from Finding Nemo. Okay, and this is the end of the coffee. So we'll go to Spy T now. Now let's go and clean out our notes. We're going to need these goods. So we're going to get rid of these, get rid of that. Don't know our gate number yet. That's not our flight plan, but we do have our altitude. And we'll pop that up there. Reno to Seattle. Okay. Now then, some safety tips. You are going to need your PDF flight plan. So be sure and grab that. And there it is. Reno to SeaTac. So we've got that. So we're going to need that. And you're going to need an external charts. Maestro, yes, we are flying tomorrow. Our first flight is Amsterdam to London Heathrow. Amsterdam to Heathrow. We do have the A300. That was kind of one of the airplanes we were thinking of flying today. But we have a new pilot that just got the 737 MAX, so we're going to fly that one. A Million Ways to Die. I have not seen that one. Curly air is over. Well, shh, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody, and no one will know that you're over the ramp rate. All right, let's go grab our charts real fast. Reno. Charts. Taxi. Parking gates. Airport map. Departure. It's the Zephyr departure. There's Zephyr. Coming back. SeaTac. Charts. Coming in, it's going to be the Hawk 8 departure arrival. SeaTac is currently landing 16 left and 16 right. Taxi chart. Good. Parking gates. And now we have our stack of charts along the bottom. So we're good to go there. All right. Let's go get a 737 MAX. Hi, Vinyl Rabbit. Happy Finally Friday. Let's get the airplane. And you'll find it usually all the way at the end. We're going to fly as a United. Save and go back. That's a great way to find it too. And we're good to go. Save and go back. I'm going to switch my map style to advanced, which takes the clouds out. And now let's go find Reno. KRNO. Wait till the map kind of cleans itself up. Now let's go and get that map and see who's parked where. Note your gate. All right. Let's also, you're going to need your route in your notes too.
Set parking brakes to request ground services.
Pop that in there. And now we've got all the data we need except for I'd like to note minimum takeoff fuel. And our minimum takeoff fuel is 13,676 pounds is our minimum fuel. We don't need that squawk code, and we don't need that altitude. All ready to go. Let's see. What else do we need? We've got charts. We got a flight plan. We've got a gate that doesn't look like we're going to spawn on anybody. Southwest 209 is already at the gate. There's the swooshing sound. I noticed that this airport definitely does need to load in some scenery and some textures on this one, so it always takes just a little bit of a second here. So I kind of like to just sit back, let the sim breathe for a second, and it'll get all the textures in. There's our 737 MAX. Not a bad looking airplane. Some pretty cool engines too. All right, let's go Shift C. Get in the cockpit.
Subscriber confirmed.
And
top clearance granted.
Exit out. Now you see it's already
noted.
loaded in some textures in, so that works. Free Lethal is back with a nice resub. Free Lethal, thank you for the resub today. Hey, thank you for being here for 30 months and being some great jet fuel in the flight plan. I really appreciate the help. Thank you for helping me to keep all of this going. I could not do this without you, and I'm super duper grateful. Thank you. Maestro says to hydrate. Let's get on VATSIM and then we'll hydrate. Here comes VATSIM, so let's connect. We are United 441, and it's a Boeing 38M for the MAX. Now we can hydrate. Thanks for reminding me to hydrate, Maestro. That is a PDC. That's our pre-departure clearance. Russ is in the southwest over here. So we got a couple of southwest over on that side. Now then, we could operate a jetway, so GSX. Let's operate the jetway. Here comes our jetway. Captain Minnesota is doing a flight across the pond. JSG Droid is over on the Charlie gates, and JSG Droid is over there. And that could be the American Airlines with the TWA vintage livery.
Bits intercepted. Intel secured.
So we got that. Oh my
Every bit
gosh,
helps.
Will from
Thanks,
online
Agent.
just dropped. Oh my, it was 1,000 bits? Whoa. Hey, that was huge. That was incredibly nice. Will from online, thank you for extra bits. Every bit helps, and thank you for being so pitiful. Thanks, Will. Thank you for helping me to do this. I say it every time, but really, that's the way things are right now. Thank you for helping me to keep this going. Vinyl Rabbit wants to know, can you can get PDCs from beyond ATC right now? Oh, in the Phoenix. I don't think I've got anything set up yet. Only Alaska, SkyWest, and Horizon do this flight. Yeah, I'm flying this one. We've got a new 737 MAX pilot. So that's why I'm in this one today. All right, so step one, come over here, power on the not so friendly electronic flight bag. Go to the systems page, go to the sim menu, go to panel style and general. Depending upon whether you're flying in Europe, you know, if we were over in the UK flying Ryanair, it would be in kilos. But make sure it's US system there, and that's good. So we're all good to go there. Back we go. Back another page, and we're going to go to ground support, and we're going to connect an electric power cart. And you have to hit done. Alaska has the MAX 8. Electronic friendly bag. Okay, so we're all good to go there. It's also late in the day. I didn't sleep well, so yeah, I could have gone and done half a dozen different airlines, and I know some of you really would like to see me do something other, but this is the one I'm going to remember. So, well, it's the best chance of remembering my call sign. Captain Minnesota's ready for the MAX 9 that's coming. Yeah. Okay, ready to turn it on? So the first step is we're going to come up here and we're going to do the battery. So flip the battery on, and it will automatically guard it for you. Now, since we have ground power, we're going to turn on ground power. There's ground power. Airplane starts making noise. Let's go over here, and now we're going to do one click of the emergency exit lights to armed, and that will guard it. And then I usually do no smoking. This is the no smoking signs are on all the time now, so this just rings bells back in the cabin. Okay, so we're going to come over here, and we're going to do position just to steady. That's going to be your nav lights. So we're going to get those turned on. And all of that looks good. Come on up here. And we're going to turn on the window heaters. 4 window heaters going on. And then I'll kind of square it on up. And then we're going to go up even higher. And this is the IRS, the navigation. And so what I'll do is come up to the top, and I'm going to flip this over to heading and status. And then we'll come down here and do left IRS to nav, right IRS to nav. And there we go. Now we're coming down to the flight management computer. Let's do FMC. Our navigation data is updated to September 4th, so we're good to go there. We'll do position inet. We are at KRNO Airport. KRNO, Reno. Our gate number is 6 Bravo. It's not in the database, no problem. Erase it, go to page 2, grab one of those GPS positions, put it in the scratch pad, and then put it over here. And your alignment is now going on. Let's come on over here. I'm going to do panel backlighting. And I'm going to come all the way down to the bottom of the pedestal here and just do panel backlighting here too. Just makes it easier to see the buttons and stuff. Okay, let's see. Our route today, we could request the flight plan from SimBrief. If it's a short flight plan, I'll put it in myself. If it's a long one, I'll do it with SimBrief. This is a short one, so let's go and do it manually. It's always a good idea to put a flight plan in manually every now and then to remind yourself how to do it. LumaSam7, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. So we're going to SeaTac, KSEA, SeaTac. We are United Airlines, Flight 441. There we go. And we're going to go to page 2. And now we'll put in our route. So our route, our first route waypoint, and that's over on your flight plan. And that's going to be on the generic style, page 2. Blackjack, Windle, LKV, and then Hawks. So 3 waypoints. So BLKJK. BLKJK. I really do find that when you spell it out and say it, you had a better chance of putting it in right the first time. Let's see. LumaSam, welcome aboard. Tim Dog, the first 2 flights were also flight. Oh, I'm not doing flight plan request because I think that every now and then you ought to put it in manually to remember how to do that in case you have to make a change. You know, you get a reroute. Windle, WNDEL. WNDEL. Windle. GSX is being a brat. We'll just disengage. And then LKV via LKV. And that's it. There's our flight plan. Activate, execute. We did get a PDC. So it's the Zephyr 9, Windle, Hawk, SeaTac. Flight level 380, squawk cleared, blah, blah, blah. Transition, expect, blah, blah, blah. Departure frequency, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Good to go there. Let's see. Reno ATIS, information whiskey is aboard. Landing and departing runway 17 right. And 17 left. Oh, cool. Which one to use? Let's look and see. All right, so it's the 17 right or left. My gamble, I'm going to say 17 right. It's the longer one. So departure and arrival. Departure, 17 right. It's Zephyr 9. And we're going to exit Zephyr 9 at Blackjack. Execute. Coming into SeaTac, arrivals, they're 16 right or left. My guess is they're going to put us probably on 16 right. It's the furthest one away, and it's going to be busy. So 16 right is what I'm going to plan on. But it's easy to change. We are coming in on the Hawks arrival via LKV. LKV. And then we need to look at our transition here. So over here, it's going to be to Vashon. And we're on the right side. I don't think it's Griffey or Payne. Let's just plan. We could use again. I generally don't like putting these in anymore because they're going to be vectoring us around and that confuses things. Martin is going to do a 19-hour flight today. That sounds like a long flight. Now let's look for a route discontinuity. There should be only one. After Vashon, it's Bugny, and we'll leave vectors in, and that's good. All right, let's start up the APU. Fuel pump. Fuel pump's good. APU starts. Now then, it's time to load the airplane. Benjamin, welcome back, Benjamin, on YouTube. Benjamin's son's back in chat. Welcome, welcome. All right, this gets a little weird and complex in this old thing. Go and hit the menu button and performance and payload. Okay? Now then, this is performance, but we got to do payload first. So weight and balance. There's weight and balance. On your flight plan, it's going to be page 3. Our passengers are 147. Our cargo is 6.5. So let's go ahead and click the total passengers and put your passengers in, 147. And then just click outside the box. Okay, so that's as good as that gets. Cargo. We got 2 cargos, and there's no way we're going to jam 6,500 pounds cargo into one. Well, you could do it in the aft one, but I think we ought to balance the airplane a little bit more. So let's get Mr. Calculator. There's Mr. Calculator. Our cargo, total cargo is 6.5. That's 6,500 pounds. So 6,500 pounds divided by 2 is 3,250. I just balanced that out. So 3,250 in the front, 3,250 in the back, and then click outside of that. Let's see. Tim Dog says, no, you're supposed to do 3,500 in the back and 3,000 up front. Instead of doing the math. Okay. I'm just going to do that. Now, next thing to do is to come down here and look at your zero fuel weight. 134,541 pounds. That's what we've got. The flight plan said we were supposed to be 134,346, 134.5. We're about 200 pounds overweight. Somebody is probably bringing a whole bunch of wine bottles onto the airplane. That's why we're so a little bit heavier, but it's not bad. So 134.5 is our weight. I'm going to take this. Let's go ahead and start doing our, so hit route and performance data. Our cruise altitude today is flight level 380. So flight level 380. Our winds today from the flight plan are 276 at 9. Like I believe that along the west coast. Our temperature deviation is plus 6 degrees. Our cost index today is 34. Our reserves are 4.7. And then finally, the last number we're going to put in at this point is 134.5. But I'm only putting it in the scratch pad. 134.5. I'm just going to leave it there. So now let's do our fuel. Come over here to the flight plan again. Page 1. Block fuel today is 16,478 pounds. 16,478. Taxi out fuel. That's supposed to be 315 pounds of fuel just to taxi. And our trip fuel today is 7,693. 7,693. Click outside the box and that'll update your numbers there. Tim J just did a bunch of math. Let's see. 767. Oh my God. What is that? so 3785 in the back, so that they're literally to the maximum capacities. So I should have put them to the maximum capacity in the back first. I must be missing that. Dob T Gaming, yeah, pizza with pineapple. Okay, so all of that looks good. At least for me. Probably not as well as what Tim J just put in. It just went right over my head, though. I'm going to set my fuel. I'm going to set my payload. And we're going to complete loading the airplane. With that, I'm going to take this number and put it into 0 fuel weight. It will also do my fuel and execute. Let's see. Tim Dog, I figure since there's more room in the back, just make the front a nice even number. Less than half the total, subtract it, and that's the way to do it. Front cargo has less capacity than aft, so you can't do half like that. Hi, Irishman. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in on YouTube. All right. And our altitude won't be an issue once we take off and burn some fuel. Now then, we can come over here and do our performance. So let's do copy FMC data. And it even got our runway in, says it's dry. 5.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Lucas just followed on Twitch. Hey, Lucas, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. So the thing is it doesn't do the wind, outside air temperature, or altimeter. You have to do those. So according to the ATIS, the winds are variable at 4. I'm going to say 0. The temperature is 31 degrees Celsius. 31, and you have to do the C. The altimeter is 2999, 29.99, and click that one. Yeah, well, that's a big word, Tim J. IRL maxes, you load the back heavy until it's a full flight. JBS has got a really long flight today. Cleveland, Boston, Newark, Miami. You've got a long day in the neighborhood. Okay, so now that we've got these numbers done, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go takeoff derate -2. I'm going to go flaps 5. I'm going to do air conditioning on. I'm going to do anti-ice off, and I'm going to hit calculate. Sometimes you get takeoff numbers. Sometimes it says, you can't do it. So let's hit calculate. Hey, we got numbers. So that's the smallest number for takeoff. In theory, you could do that as long as half is less. See, that's why I was a little afraid. That's why I just divide it by 2 and balance out the cargo so my center of gravity is relatively good. And since we've, unlike all of our math teachers from way back when that never let us use calculators in a test, saying, you're not going to have a calculator with you wherever you go, so you've got to do the math in your head. Guess what? They're math teachers and all that other stuff. Guess what? We've got a calculator everywhere we go, so... Yeah, I'm not grown up about that at all. I'll stop. I don't mind doing it. So since we have calculator in the computer, that's why I do. Oh yes, Russ wants to use a slide rule. Oh my gosh, yes, we could use AI. Yeah, we start using AI in the airplane, we're gonna die. All right, let's get the numbers in. We're gonna derate to -2 and 38 degrees. -2. Takeoff speeds. We know it's going to be flaps 5. Center of gravity is 21.3. 21.3. That's set our trim. And our speeds for takeoff, 145, 146, 148. 145, 146, and 148. Usually the numbers in here are 1 or 2 off. So 148 goes up here. 148. There we go. That looks really good. Do we have a maximum climb clearance on the Zephyr departure? We sure do. Initial climb, flight level 190. 190. Okay, we got a runway heading too. And we're going to be on the 17s. So that's going to be 167 degrees. That's over here. 167 degrees. 167. There we go. That looks good. According to the ADIS, the altimeter here is 2999. So 2999 for our altimeter. There we go. Altimeter is set. Initial speed, heading, altitude. I'm going to turn on my flight directors. Now then, we've got an APU running, so let's get the APU bleed and the packs on. I bet it's stuffy in the cabin right now. Oh my gosh. Let's turn on cabin utilities and in-flight entertainment. That's a good thing to do. Let's do a little bit of backlighting on the panel, upper panel there. All of this is now good. Let's go back a page. Let's go to systems page. And we're getting ready to flip over. Let's do APU generators. APU generators, disconnecting ground power. I'm going to disconnect that. Set it. I'm going to pull my chocks on the main gear, but leave the nose gear. I'm going to make sure my parking brake is on. I'm going to clear the nose gear, and we're done. And at this point, we can go and have GSX prepare for pushback and departure. Dom T Gaming says that ChatGPT can do amazing stuff, but airplane things not so much. I wouldn't trust it, even with my sim airplane. Prepare for pushback and departure. I don't think I've actually ever used like ChatGPT. I had what there's an AI thing over.
Captain, we are ready for pushback.
Over on LinkedIn, and I was writing a message to somebody, and it said, "Would you like our AI to correct your grammar and make it better?" I said, "All right, go ahead," and it made it worse. So I decided, no, I'm just not going to do that. IFE, save the electricity. Espresso Kate is going to bring in the beverages for us. We did get a squawk code on our clearance. We're going to squawk 3255. We do have Reno up. That's going to be Oakland Center, 12795. 127950.
Locking gear.
We have the cranky pushback truck operator, crew chief today. Vinyl Rabbit, AI isn't as smart as everybody. Not yet. It isn't. Jersey Pilot on the local news. They used your photos. Isn't it cool when they did that? All right, let's go nose left tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
This is what happens when I do my... I haven't dragged the tail on my 737 yet at all. I haven't done that. That never happened. I think we're almost ready to go. Let's get on frequency. Let's start squawking. Transponder. And we are squawking. Oakland Center is 12795. $127,950. There we go.
1700 at Center.
Oakland Center, good afternoon. FedEx 3011, flight level 370, mostly smooth.
Okay, we're all clear over here. And generally, I just leave that on the menu because that thing at that point is now basically useless. Somebody said spy hat earlier. We better get our spy hat on for luck. Collimator says it's valuable when you're trying to find a solution. It makes you aware of things. I will tell you that the Google answer thing, when I do a Google search or something, that one has actually been kind of nice. And I've noticed that. Like I was looking up something from some show. I think it was a Doctor Who. And it told me just what I needed. So that was okay. As long as it serves the humans and the humans don't end up serving it.
That was 2108, radar contact, the altitude.
Altitude.
Western 1 Railway, crossing 5,500.
That was 2108, roger, climbing phase level 330, that's your final data flow.
Climb 330, final left, Western 1.
Oakland, hello there from United 441, a 737 MAX at Gate 6 Bravo in Reno with information. Whiskey aboard requesting startup and pushback.
United 441 at center, pushback your discretion in the alleyway, it is X-ray, North Carolina, West, Yamaha.
Give me a call for taxi, United 441, thanks. CF and Byron is back in chat. Hey, shall we go? Beacon is going on. Seatbelts are on. Cabin crew is seated. Let's go ahead and we're going to pop these on. Let's look outside, make sure that we're not going to be in anybody's way. We are. I say it's time to go. Parking brakes off. Here we go.
Joining at Archie, joining the Quiet Bridge visual runway 28 right now, 232 heavy.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Here we go.
37 is enter contact. The top altitude there should be flight level 190.
And there goes our nice new 737 MAX. I forgot Volanta. Thank you. Volanta has engaged. Thanks, Canadian Bear. Okay, looking good. Fuel pumps are on. Shall we go ahead and try and start an engine? Packs off. Hydraulic pumps on. Ground start engine number 1. Just have to flip the switch. And we can stand outside and listen to the cool jet sounds. JSG Droid, I saw you were pushing. I figured we were far enough away, so I just decided to go.
And Oakland Center,
there's Russ.
209 at Reno with push and start wearing the out south alleyway, ready for taxi when available with whiskey on board.
South 209 at center, roger, whiskey's old now. He just actually spirit up to the 209 at 7, but got that. Over 17 right, thank you, Alpha.
Okay, 17 right being Alpha, Southwest 209.
CF and Byron's doing a big ultra long range flight tonight. That's JSG Droid in the American up front.
That was 124 at center. He's got you, he's got me passing behind you there, pushing the alleyway to your discretion. Need us extra is current.
Push your discretion, thank you.
Starting, getting a good start here.
Well, ship 6096 at center, yeah.
So, CF and Byron has got an A350-900 tonight.
We're in some light shop in the layer here at 37, wonder if we could get 39.
3011, climb maintain flight level 390 now, is there?
Level 390, FedEx 3011.
There's a good start there. Let's go ahead and ground start engine number 2.
United 354, guys.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin
I'm
removed.
going to go inside, 354.
354 at
Left is clear. Right is clear.
There goes the cranky ground crew chief.
South 1112, radar contact, altitude.
True 8,000,
12. South 1112, climb.
There's our crew chief.
3
Free Lethal wants to go SIN to
310,
EWR.
final, 1112.
30 hours of ATC. There's a gear pin.
Russian 1696.
And there's a wave. Looking good. Bye.
1696 out center on guard. Contact open center 119.9.
Sounds like a really long flight, Free Lethal.
Contact open center 119.9.
Airplane is motoring a little bit more to cool off all of the fan blades and stuff. It's hot here in Reno.
The Channel 3 taking whiskey, Kodak Los Angeles Center 126.52.
Don't freak out when you start it. It says engine fail pops up in there. You're still good. No reason to be afraid. It'll go away when your engine start cycle goes away. There we go.
Oakland Center, FedEx 418 with the X-ray on the ground at Reno, coming out of cargo, holding short Alpha.
Let's get packs on.
17 right Alpha, FedEx 418.
Generators over to the engines.
1735.
Isolation valve off. APU bleed off.
Yeah, clear for departure 17 right, Southwest 209.
And we're going to do the yaw dampers. I'm going to switch this to generator 1. Ring the bell, let the cabin crew know that we're going to start rolling any second now. And we're done with the APU. APU is off. And let's come on over here. We're going to do flaps 5.
Good.
Flaps are 5. We need a auto brakes to RTO, rejected takeoff. I don't think in the maxes you arm your speed brakes though. If you jam on the brakes, I think they automatically deploy. Okay, everything else is good. Oops, I didn't do any collision lights.
United 354 contact.
Okay, we've got an American right in front of us, so I'm going to wait until that American moves. We won't turn on the lights or anything, because the pilot will look over, see our taxiway light, and say, "It's coming right at us." And then say something like, you know, I picked the wrong week to quit drinking. And then we have to do all the funny stuff from airplane. So we'll just wait. There goes a Southwest taking off. That might be Russ who just took off. Let's see. Our current fuel, our total fuel is 16,300 pounds of fuel. Remember over here, I have minimum takeoff fuel. It's 13,000. So as long as we don't go below that 13,000, we got enough fuel to do the flight.
1959, do you have ATIS information, X-ray?
Affirmative, X-ray is on board for 1959.
1959, South 124, how long before you need to go?
We're ready to go now.
South 124, running 17 right, taxi via Alpha.
17 right via Alpha,
American 1959, behind us, Southwest 737, that's behind you. Follow them, turning 17 right.
Behind the Southwest, we'll follow them to 17 right. American 1959.
Southwest 209, radar contact, Seattle 2.
There's Russ.
Southwest 209, pass to 5,400.
Southwest 209, radar.
So cool. Thank you for flying along with me today.
And a 360 for Southwest 209.
Always fun to fly with friends. Oakland, hello there from United 441. At Reno with X-Ray, just pushed and started from 6 Bravo. Like to join the conga line over to runway 17 right.
United 441 in center, welcome. Follow the American 737 ahead to runway 17 right.
Follow that airplane to 17 right. I'm United 441. There's the Southwest. Okay, so total follow the leader here. So we've got Southwest, American follows the Southwest, and we follow the American. Parking brakes are off. Taxi light is on. Cabin call. Continuous restart for takeoff. Russ, the altitude makes the long takeoff roll. Altitude, and it's probably hot here today too, Russ. There goes JSG Droid.
Oakland Center, Alaska 571, 3,100.
They just did a beautiful job with this airplane. They really did.
Alaska 571 incinerator contact.
Okay, throttle's up to about halfway. See if it beeps at us. It's not beeping. If it beeped at us with throttles up about halfway, that means that's our config check. Our configuration is good, so the airplane's happy. Look over there, make sure nobody's coming. Nobody's coming right at us. And we're over here, and we're good. A busy day in the neighborhood here in Reno.
Yeah, you could the approach, so you can follow the vertical profile, connect San Francisco Tower 123.5.
Going to Cisco Tower now, 232, everything.
Flush at 1696 at center, yeah.
There's also a FedEx taxiing around here too, I believe. I haven't seen it yet, but we ought to keep an eye out for that. And we're all going to the same place, so I'm not like going at warp factor 10 on my taxi. We don't have to do a fast taxi here.
Alaska 571, climbing change level 35, drone.
Climbing change level 350, Alaska 571.
Passengers getting a nice view of the Reno airport.
17 reactive takeoff.
While in Reno, watch out for Officer Dangle and Officer Waggle of the Reno 911 Police Department. Tim Dog says there's a Citation X over the Atlantic. Somebody's crossed the ponding in the Citation. It's probably fairly pleasant, but boy, that seems like a small cabin. I wonder how claustrophobic that gets for a long haul flight across the pond. Oh, they're at the FBO. They're over. Oh, okay. Okay, so they're not doing the Atlantic Ocean. They're at the. Well, we of course would be over at Signature for the free chocolate chip cookies. Oh, it's you. Oh, okay. So we got to look out for Tim Dog.
I have part number 2. There you go. Thank you. You're welcome.
Oakland Center, Delta 37 Heavy. Can we get 10 minutes out of cockpit?
37, permanent cluster, calling you back.
Bergen?
Level 37, approved as requested, call when you're back.
Gotcha.
Southwest 120, Florida caution, we're turbulence, turning 17 right, line up in, right?
Sorry, was that for Southwest 120?
That's 124 at Reno, number 1 perimeter there, and 17 right, line up from Wade, caution, we're turbulence.
Parking brakes.
Southwest 124 going to Burbank.
Yep, sorry about that. Southwest 124, we're going to line up and wait.
Going to beautiful downtown Burbank. We are number 3 for the runway. Actually, the amount of time it's going to take me to get to the runway, Tim Dog, you're not going to be that far behind us. You're not going to be that far behind. Parking brakes off. We'll just let it inch forward a little bit.
Contact 1 final southeast of Avenel. FedEx 418, radar contact down at 10.
Altitude.
Passing 5.4, FedEx 14.
FedEx 1800, climb and maintain level 34 sharp.
I maintain level 340, FedEx 14.
And we'll just I will just do this here. And parking brakes. Parking brakes are on. And we'll just chill. That's right. Exponent. Yeah, Tim Dog is going to be in a very fast airplane.
What's that right there?
After takeoff, we're going to be making a couple of right turns to Blackjack.
Alaska 571, request 2 minutes out of the cockpit.
That's on the call sign. Who requested out?
2 minutes from the cockpit. A lot of little bathroom breaks going on today, it sounds like.
Welcome, thank you.
A lot of bathroom breaks.
1959, Ernie 17 right, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 17 right, American 1959.
Martin's got to go. What's for dinner tonight, Martin? Gotta make us all hungry before you go. What's for dinner tonight? And we should expect Loviz to pop in with a really nice picture from dinner in Mexico soon.
And 364 Zulu, the inner taxi. American 1959, Ernie 17 right, clear for takeoff.
17 right, clear for takeoff. American 1959.
United 441, Ernie 17 right, line up and wait.
17 right, line up and wait. United 441. There's our security van.
That's through 5.8.
We're going to stop right here and not line up and wait until after that airplane takes off.
310.
There are droids aboard that airplane, so, you know, got to watch out. There they go. I'm going to do strobes. Strobes are good. Beanie Baby, welcome in. Beanie Baby's Provo, Vegas, and Eugene or Spokane. That sounds like a good flight. Espresso Kate is back there shaking up the beverages. Danny VDW is going to call it a night too. Good night, Danny. Happy Friday. Happy finally Friday. Hope your weekend is off to a fun start, that all sorts of good stuff's going on. Auto throttle is armed.
You're still in my airspace.
And landing lights. I think we're ready to go.
United 441,
You were blocked.
441, 17 right, clear for takeoff.
17 right, clear for takeoff, United 441. Shall we get going? First, let's get Terra turned on here.
American 1959, 5000.
Let's go.
Flight level 190.
Espresso Kate is shaking up the beverages.
360, American.
Throttle's going up. Arm it. Thrust is set. Ribs and French fries tonight. Oh my gosh, that sounds really good. Bon appetit. Thank you for checking in. See you later, Martin. Danny, have a great evening. See you next time. And Russ says be ready to use a lot of runway tonight.
Focus on good afternoon, November 5 for 800 with team is X-ray Arena requesting airport Seattle.
Battery is taking on TSN ready.
Rotate.
That's 4099, do you kind of maintain 107?
Positive climb gear.
10,000, you got 499.
American 1959, and then the altitude, positive 90,000,
90,000 for American.
United 441, radar contact, altitude leaving, climb maintain 90,000.
Climb to 9,000, leaving 5,000 now for United 441. Third flight of the day. It's going to be busy. Let's get AP working for us as soon as we can. We were all, yeah, there was not a lot of runway there, was there? We were, the end of the runway was definitely in sight. We'll be fine there. And flaps 1. Flaps are 1. Density, altitude, yeah, it's hot today, and we're already at a high altitude.
Restricted traffic, 1 o'clock, 5 miles northbound, U-175, 13,000.
And flaps going up.
Roger that. 1 o'clock,
flaps are going up. There goes our flaps.
Yeah, 4099, traffic 9
Amargosa says to hydrate. I'll get to that in just a second.
Watch your look at Scotland,
Martin,
1499.
take care. Danny VDW, take care. Thank you for coming in. And Espresso Kate needs to send beverages up to the flight deck. It's Friday. Beverage and pizza time.
Contact. 3 miles south to KRNO. Climb to leave level 340 in 3 minutes or less.
Maestro, it's an awful lot. It's an awful lot like Europe. The terms are different. The procedures are a little different. But it's still take off, fly, and land.
American 2409, just confirm the rate. I need you to be out of 34,000 feet in 3 minutes or less. Can you do that or not?
How about an amber brew and pepperoni pizza deep dish from Chicago?
360, American 1959.
441, climb maintain flight level 380.
Flight level 380 now, Fiat 441. All the way to the top.
Yeah, it was 4099, traffic no factor, descend to maintain 900,000.
Down to 9,000, Scott 1499.
FedEx 5184 heavy open center with a cruiser taxi via Bravo Whiskey. Altimeter.
All right, 380. Flying Winnebago is sending Lumel Noddies. Thank you. Okay, we're looking good there. That's right. We paid for the runway. We get to use as much runway as we want.
United 571 heavy open center, Jan. 571 heavy open center. Climb maintain flight level 400. Radar contact to altitude.
Altitude.
870 open center, radar contact. 40 miles east of Mark.
We need to intervene with the altitude to continue our climb. There we go. This is a loud airplane. Let's turn the airplane down a little bit. Bet pilots wish that they could do that. Turn the airplane down a little.
Alaska 1054, Los Angeles Center's offline radar service terminated. Please change your grid.
10,000 feet. Landing lights.
Yeah, that's unreadable. Check your mic.
Taxi light. Continuous restart.
Now the 2108, traffic 1 o'clock.
Everything else is good. Do a 10,000 foot cabin call. And out we go. We are 10 miles behind the airplane that just took off, so we're good to go there. Speed's coming up. Everything's good there. Nothing flashing, beeping, or blinking.
Sky West, 4099, the Reno airport to your 8 o'clock.
And the cabin is slowly pressurizing. We're still a little low, but it should pressurize in a little bit. Nice views outside. Wow, that looks really good.
United 115 Oakland Center, radar contact. The top altitude is 3,000. Make sure you abide by that. Climb and maintain flight level 360.
Make the map a little bigger.
Alaska 571, you back?
Okay.
I didn't know if you heard me when I called, but we're back.
VNAV and FMC
Bravo 1 Alpha.
and progress. 550 miles south of SeaTac. We should be getting into SeaTac at 2354 Zulu. So that's pretty good for the FNO and stuff. We've got great ATC right now. Hey, my tech review. You reported a bug. If you add an altitude constraint, it can start the descent by itself. Oh, really? That sounds a little scary. My tech review, thank you for catching that and reporting stuff like that.
There's that A320 off to your left there, the Sacco National Center 2981.
2981, we got him in time, we'll call.
Hi, Canutus. Welcome to you too. Welcome, welcome. Happy finally Friday and happy weekend.
Model 37 radar service terminated. Please change your grid. Model 37 radar service terminated. Please change your grid.
It really does look good, and that's just the sim. There's no special scenery here. It's really good.